Money doesn't buy happiness. At least that's what we've all been told. But psychology suggests the reality isn't quite so simple. While it's true that possessions alone don't guarantee joy, there's a deeper truth at play. Money, when used thoughtfully, can genuinely lead to happiness. Research consistently shows that spending on experiences rather than things has the power to enhance our overall well-being. That's because experiences, like traveling to new places, attending concerts, or even taking cooking classes, connect us more deeply to others and to ourselves. They become stories, memories, shared moments we can revisit time and again. It's not just about what we buy, but how we use money to align with our values. Investing in relationships, gifting meaningful items, or even donating to causes we believe in can lead to greater emotional satisfaction than simply accumulating more stuff. Psychologically, these actions create a sense of purpose and fulfillment, enriching our daily lives far beyond the momentary thrill of a new purchase. Yet, happiness isn't automatic with a bigger paycheck. It's deliberate. It's about choosing generosity over indulgence, community over isolation, and meaningful experiences over material clutter. When money is spent in ways that nourish our connections, fuel our passions, and express our deepest values, it truly can buy happiness, not because of what it buys, but because of what it allows us to feel. Education is often seen as a golden ticket, the guaranteed path to success. But the reality is more nuanced. Simply earning degrees or certificates doesn't automatically lead to a fulfilling career or happiness. Instead, the true value of education lies in how we apply what we've learned. Research consistently shows that traditional education sets a foundation, but it's adaptability, creativity, and resilience that truly determine long-term success. Think of education not as the finish line, but as the starting point. It's about building skills that transfer across careers, challenges, and opportunities. Consider two people with identical degrees. One thrives while the other struggles. The difference? Mindset. Success comes from using education as a tool to keep learning and growing. It means staying curious long after graduation, adapting to changes, and seizing opportunities that aren't always obvious. Psychologically, this approach cultivates what's known as a growth mindset, believing we can always improve and that setbacks are chances to learn, not signs of failure. Education matters immensely, but it doesn't guarantee anything by itself. It's how we use it, how we stay open to lifelong learning, that defines true success. The best learners understand education doesn't end with a diploma. It evolves throughout life, shaping not just our careers, but the very way we engage with the world around us. There is a story we tell ourselves. Some people simply wake up brilliant, and the rest of us watch from the sidelines. It sounds comforting, because if greatness is born, not built, we are off the hook. The reality? Hard work, sustained and directed, quietly writes most of the victories you admire. Psychologically, this is explained by what researchers call deliberate practice, focused repetition that stretches your skills just past comfortable limits. Angela Duckworth's studies on grit show that consistent effort over years predicts achievement far better than early intellect or raw talent. Picture a jazz pianist who seems to float across the keys at a downtown club. What you do not see are the dawn sessions, repeating a single bar until it clicks, the sore wrists, the recordings critiqued measure by measure. Or consider a startup founder whose overnight success took a decade of late-night debugging and failed prototypes. In both cases, effort compounds like interest. Each small improvement stacks on the last until it looks like magic. Hard work is not glamorous, but it is controllable. Luck may open a door, talent may set your starting line, yet only sustained effort carries you through the race. When you choose to show up, practice on purpose, and push a little further than yesterday, you tilt the odds in your favour. The myth says greatness is bestowed, experience proves it is built, one deliberate hour at a time. Your name isn't on the ballot, yet decisions with your fingerprints are being signed in marble halls. We grow up believing that elected officials carry our hopes like letters in their briefcases. In reality, democracy is more like a relay race than a mail service. If you stop running, your baton drops and someone else picks it up. Take the quiet Tuesday night at the City Council chamber. Out of thousands of residents, barely 24 chairs are filled. A zoning rule passes that nudges property taxes upward. Months later, neighbours complain, amazed that nobody listened. The truth is simple. The room listened only to the voices that showed up. Psychologically, this is the principal agent problem in action. Agents respond to whoever offers clear incentives. Campaign donors, party whips, loud lobby groups. Social proof magnifies it. When representatives see empty galleries, they assume consent. Without active feedback loops, the idea of automatic representation becomes wishful thinking. Here is the reframe. Politicians do not represent us by default. They represent whoever engages consistently. Calls logged, letters stacked, town hall questions repeated. Each acts like a calibration weight, pulling policy toward the public. None of it is glamorous, yet civic effort compounds like interest. So when frustration rises, remember the relay, pick up the baton, vote yes, but also write, attend, volunteer, keep score. Representation is not a service you purchase every 4 years. It is a conversation you keep alive, sentence by sentence. On a clear night, staring at the stars, it is tempting to believe we belong to a solved puzzle. Telescopes have mapped galaxies. Microscopes have catalogued genes. Surely any remaining mystery is just a matter of time. Yet science is not a vault of final answers. It is a flashlight that travels with us, revealing one room at a time while the corridor stretches on. Think of Isaac Newton's laws, perfectly useful until curious minds asked why Mercury's orbit misbehaved. That small wobble cracked the ceiling and led to Einstein, who himself predicted phenomena we still struggle to test. Each discovery is a staircase step, not the roof. Psychologists call this the illusion of explanatory depth. We feel confident in concepts we can barely outline until a child asks us to explain, say, a rainbow, and we falter past refraction. The feeling is not failure, it is a compass pointing to what we have yet to learn. Science thrives on that gap. Hypotheses stand only until better evidence invites them to move aside. In laboratories, rejected data are as valuable as confirmed ones because they redraw the map. The beauty is not certainty, it is progress. So, when someone claims the science is settled forever, smile at the vast night sky. Each answer we earn is a stepping stone, and the questions ahead are the real fuel of human curiosity. On a sunny market street, one stall sells heirloom tomatoes for a week's rent. Another offers factory tomatoes for pocket change. The sign above both reads the same unspoken promise. Prices decide fairly. The story says, whoever values those tomatoes most will pay. Whoever works hardest will profit, and the invisible hand keeps score with perfect honesty. But markets are mirrors, not judges. They reflect power, information, and starting lines we rarely notice. When a venture investor bids on coastal land, their offer dwarfs the local family because they began with deeper pockets, not deeper hunger. Psychologically, we confuse that outcome with merit thanks to the just world bias, our brain's comfort blanket that insists life hands out exactly what people deserve. Economics textbooks call it efficient. Our sense of equity quietly calls it rigged. Consider wage negotiations. A software trainee and a seasoned manager sit across the same table. One knows every inside figure, the other guesses. The gap in knowledge becomes a gap in salary, then compounds year after year like interest on fairness itself. The market didn't cheat. It simply amplified the imbalance already in the room. Free exchange can create astonishing wealth, but fairness does not arrive automatically with the cash flow. Fairness is a design choice. Transparent rules, shared information, floors that prevent a race to the bottom, ceilings that keep power from crowding the sky. Markets move resources. We decide whether they move justice. Choose the rules, and the hand becomes visible. Imagine a desk calendar where every square is filled with tasks you accepted for the promise of a bigger paycheck. The boxes look busy, yet the space for living somehow shrinks. That's the blind spot behind the idea that money equals freedom. In reality, money is just stored possibility. The freedom arrives only when you choose how to release it. Psychology calls this autonomy, a core need in self-determination theory. Studies show that once basic safety is covered, extra income boosts mood only briefly before hedonic adaptation brings you back to baseline. Without deliberate choices, the chain of wanting simply lengthens. Consider two friends. One earns a lofty salary, but must answer late-night pings, scheduling life around meetings she does not control. The other took a pay cut to freelance and now sets her own hours. She rides her bike on slow Tuesday mornings and works when her mind is sharp. The first has more cash, the second has more say. Which feels freer? The lesson is not to glorify poverty or demonize wealth. It is to treat money like a lever, not a finish line. Spend it on time, on options, on distancing yourself from demands that drain you. Real freedom is the pause before saying yes, the right to design your own day. Use the money you earn to widen that pause, and the myth dissolves. Somewhere in a museum hangs a faded poster warning citizens about a coming war. Step closer, and the language feels familiar. Same promises, same fears, only the dates changed. That's the trouble with time. It disguises old patterns as brand new events. The phrase history repeats is not a cliché. It is a cognitive shortcut. Psychologically, our brains lean on what researchers call recency bias, overvaluing the present and underplaying lessons that came before. What looks unprecedented is often a remix. Picture the housing bubble of the early 2000s. Analysts rang bells loud enough to wake a city, yet buyers brushed them off. The previous crash lived outside their memory. Travel back another century, and you find identical headlines about railroad speculation. Different assets, identical overconfidence. Myth number 1 says, progress is a straight line. In reality, it is a spiral, circling familiar dangers while inching forward only when we learn. The antidote is active historical memory. Before technology companies promise to move fast and break things, pull out a case study of unchecked industrial expansion and the rivers it poisoned. When a leader labels dissent unpatriotic, reread speeches that silenced critics just before liberty shrank. We cannot stop echoes of the past, but we can tune our ears. Patterns repeat, until they meet informed resistance. Pay attention, name the resemblance out loud, and repetition becomes a reference point rather than a trap. Picture a storm rolling in. Wind snaps at charts. Deadlines clatter like loose shutters. The instinct is to duck alone, but watch what the strongest person in the room does. They widen their shoulders so others can stand underneath. Strong leaders protect. Not with bubble wrap or soothing lies, but with a shield made of accountability. When the client's complaint hits, they say, "The buck stops with me." That simple sentence keeps the team calm enough to fix the mistake. Psychologically, that act lowers threat signals in the brain, letting creativity switch back on. Neuroscientists call it the social buffering effect. Knowing someone will cover you dampens cortisol, and suddenly novel ideas sneak through the rain. Think of a teacher who redirects criticism away from a nervous student, or a manager who absorbs the blame so the engineer can keep iterating. In each case, protection is not coddling. It is a permission slip to take risks without fearing exile. Safety first, boldness next. The dangerous myth says leadership is dominance chest out, orders barked. The truth is quieter. Real power is the calm hand that steadies the ladder while others climb. So measure your strength not by how loudly you speak, but by how wide a shelter you build. People remember the one who kept the storm from swallowing the work. A battlefield can look like closure from far away. The smoke clears, a flag rises, and the story feels finished. But psychology tells a different story. War does not settle conflict. It freezes it in scar tissue, then passes the bruise to the next generation. Think about a family argument that ends in a slammed door. The silence after the slam feels calm, yet the tension is only hiding. Nations scale that same pattern. Victors write treaties, losers nurse humiliation, and the cycle waits for a spark. Social identity research calls this the revenge instinct. When a group's dignity is wounded, memory grows sharper, not softer. Even decisive wars rarely erase the grievances that started them. They redistribute power while sowing fresh seeds of fear. In studies of post-war societies, child aggression rises, trust falls, and resources that could heal are burned on rebuilding what bombs already destroyed. The brain's stress circuits stay lit long after the ceasefire, keeping communities in a hair-trigger state. What actually dissolves conflict is much less cinematic. Negotiated interests, shared projects, truth commissions, the slow work of seeing the other side as human again. These tools look fragile beside artillery, yet they chip away at the need for enemies. So the next time someone says war solved the problem, remember the slammed door. Quiet is not peace, and victory is not agreement. Real resolution speaks softly, and it keeps speaking long after the noise is gone. Seconds after you strap on your seatbelt, a wave of calm washes over you. That tiny click feels like a promise. You're protected. Yet that promise can be misleading. Technology makes us feel safe, but feelings don't always equal reality. It's not that gadgets and software aren't valuable. They're part of the solution, not the whole answer. Consider drivers leaning into turns they might have otherwise approached with caution, confident that their car's airbags will catch them. Or hikers tracing remote trails on a map app, only to panic when the signal drops. Psychologists call this risk compensation, when our sense of security nudges us toward bolder choices. Our brains reward comfort, and when technology offers a cushion, we sometimes forget to watch our step. This extends beyond the road. Smart home cameras let us check in from anywhere, yet we fail to lock that back door. Two-factor authentication shields our data, and we type weak passwords anyway, trusting a backup code to save us. These safeguards are powerful, but only if we stay engaged. True safety lives in the partnership between our tools and our awareness. Technology can extend our senses, guard our choices, and reduce hazards. But genuine protection demands we remain alert, deliberate and mindful of new vulnerabilities. Safety isn't simply what happens after we install the upgrade. It's what we do with every click, every turn, and every decision. Only then can our devices fulfill their promise of keeping us safe. Every time you hear that success is just a matter of merit, it's tempting to think the system is an impartial referee. That comforting belief asks us to trust that rules apply equally to everyone. But systems are human creations, tangled with biases, hidden rules, and unbalanced power. Imagine two applicants with the same qualifications. Their resumes reach a hiring manager. One name sounds familiar, the other different. Despite equal merit, the familiar name often gets the interview. In classrooms, legacy admissions tip the scales. In courts, bail amounts vary by neighbourhood. On paper, these policies look neutral, yet they reinforce existing inequalities. Psychologically, the belief in inherent fairness is called system justification. It helps us accept the status quo and avoid uncomfortable truths. When we convince ourselves that the system is just, we lose the drive to question unfair practices or advocate for change. Recognizing that the system is not infallible isn't pessimism. It's an invitation to participate in reshaping the rules. By naming biases, challenging hidden barriers, and rewriting policies with equity in mind, we move closer to a world where merit truly matters. Fairness doesn't emerge automatically. It requires our attention and our voice. When we doubt the myth of perfect fairness, we start building systems that actually do justice to everyone. Ballots clatter in wooden boxes, and a soft hum rises from the crowd, not because politicians made promises, but because people found their voice. Democracy means freedom, not just the right to cast a vote, but the power to speak, to protest, and to hold authority accountable. It's the freedom to shape your own story and join others in writing the collective narrative. Most of us assume democracy ends at election day. Yet, true freedom lives in daily choices. The teacher challenging outdated lessons, the journalist uncovering hidden truths, the neighbour organising a community garden. When citizens speak without fear, they ignite creativity in governance and nurture trust among strangers. In psychology, this sense of agency, knowing your voice matters, boosts our willingness to engage. It taps into our basic need for autonomy and connection, turning apathy into action. Research shows that when people believe their opinions influence outcomes, they participate more, trust institutions more, and sustain social harmony. This isn't abstract idealism. In towns where citizen councils gather monthly, newfound policies reflect real needs and build resilience. Road repairs, school programs, even local art festivals transform when freedom to decide meets the courage to act. Democracy isn't a static monument. It's a living promise of freedom that we must practice every day. It asks us not only to vote, but to listen, to question, and to build community. When we do, we keep freedom at the heart of our society. Democracy means freedom, but only if we claim it fully. Picture a sunlit morning, children sharing toys under no watchful eye, but their own sense of right and wrong. We often assume that belief in a higher power automatically guides us toward goodness. Yet history and daily life prove otherwise. Religious labels alone don't ensure honesty or fairness. Morality springs from empathy, curiosity, and a willingness to understand each other. Psychologists call this moral intuition, our brain's built-in response to harm and fairness, shaped by culture, conversation, and compassion. Consider two neighbours. One prays in grand cathedrals, yet ignores a struggling family next door. The other never sets foot in a temple, but spends every evening delivering meals to those in need. Their actions reveal that moral choices are personal commitments, not just religious obligations. When you look closer, studies show that people of all faiths and none draw on common values, care, reciprocity, loyalty to guide behaviour. Doctrine may offer guidelines, but it's our shared humanity and the communities we build that cultivate genuine ethical living. Understanding this reframes the conversation. Instead of conflating devotion with virtue, you can focus on practices that nurture empathy, active listening, perspective taking, and recognizing your biases. These habits strengthen your sense of responsibility more reliably than any creed. In the end, morality thrives when we choose kindness for its own sake, not for divine reward. True ethics begin in the heart and grow through our actions, with or without a prayer. Picture the relief of paying off a mountain of debt. Imagine thinking that once you clear those bills, your stress disappears. It's natural to see money as the ultimate solution, but the truth is more complicated. Money solves some problems, but it can't heal every wound. Money meets needs. It buys food, shelter, medical care. Psychologically, fulfilling basic needs creates a sense of security and reduces anxiety, Maslow's theory. Yet once essentials are covered, extra funds have diminishing returns on happiness. Research on hedonic adaptation shows that we quickly adjust to new levels of wealth, chasing the next upgrade without lasting joy. Consider someone who wins the lottery. Their first purchases flood them with excitement. Soon the thrill fades and old insecurities resurface. Relationships strain under sudden wealth. A bigger house may amplify loneliness rather than erase it. This isn't an argument against earning more. Instead, it reframes the way you think about money. Use it to solve real problems, covering rent, accessing care, investing in growth. But recognize it can't buy belonging, purpose, or emotional resilience. Those come from connection, meaningful work, and healthy habits. Money remains a powerful tool. It can clear obstacles and ease burdens. Yet when you treat it like a panacea, you end up chasing a shadow. True well-being asks you to look beyond the balance in your account. It asks you to nurture relationships, cultivate purpose, and build inner strength. Money solves problems, but it doesn't solve everything. Imagine commanding your body into perfect health, as if it obeyed every thought on cue. That's the heart of the myth that mind controls body. A seductive belief that your will can override every ache, every fatigue, every signal. In truth, our bodies speak to us constantly through sensations and impulses that shape our thoughts and actions as much as we shape them. Picture a runner determined to finish a marathon. They will their legs forward, but as the miles mount, a sharp twinge in the knee steals their breath. Ignoring that warning, pushing on out of sheer force of mind, often ends with injury, not triumph. Psychologically, this happens because our brains rely on interoceptive feedback, the silent language of nerves, mapping your body's internal state to guide safe and effective action. When you mute those messages, your mind is flying blind. Research in neuroscience shows that emotions arise from bodily signals. The somatic marker hypothesis explains how feelings of unease or excitement originate in your heart rate, gut reactions, and muscle tension, then travel up to colour your decisions. So it's not mind before body, it's mind and body in a dance. You think through sensations just as much as you sense through thoughts. Listening to your body's cues doesn't weaken willpower, it refines it. It means pausing when the tension spikes, resting when muscles scream, breathing into discomfort instead of bulldozing past it. When you honour the conversation between thought and sensation, you unlock a partnership that leads to smarter choices, deeper resilience, and genuine well-being. True mastery isn't about mind over body, it's about unity. We sketch our goals as a straight arrow upward, believing that each day pushes us a bit closer. That's the myth of linear progress, the idea that success happens at a steady, predictable pace. In reality, growth is more like a winding road full of plateaus and leaps. Psychologically, our brains learn and adapt in cycles of challenge and consolidation. When you practice a new skill, it may feel like nothing is happening for weeks, and then suddenly everything clicks. Think about learning a language. You run through the same vocabulary drills without feeling any gain, and then one morning you find yourself understanding a conversation. Muscles work the same way under a training routine. You lift, rest, and sometimes plateau before erupting into strength. Those plateaus aren't failures. They're your brain and body gathering strength for the next surge. Instead of seeing a flat line as a dead end, treat it as a moment to refine your approach. Adjust your strategy, deepen your focus, or simply let your mind absorb what it's been taught. Embracing the non-linear nature of progress builds resilience. It keeps you from quitting when the path seems stalled and teaches you to trust the process. Progress isn't a gentle climb. It's a dance of pauses and bursts. Embrace every twist, and you'll discover that growth has been unfolding all along. When a wildfire races across a hillside, it can feel like everything has been lost. Flames consume trees, animals scatter, and the land lies charred under a smoky sky. Yet that apparent destruction is part of a deeper dance. Nature always balances. Beneath the ashes, seeds lie waiting to sprout new life. Those charred logs, broken down by rain and sun, feed the soil with rich nutrients that coax wildflowers from the ground. It's a cycle as old as life itself. We often see natural upheaval as chaos. Our tendency to focus on dramatic loss, shaped by primal instincts, blinds us to quiet renewal. In rivers that flood, for example, the swirling waters carve new channels and deposit silt that nourishes wetlands. Predator and prey populations rise and fall in a rhythm that keeps ecosystems healthy. Each apparent imbalance triggers forces that nudge the system back toward harmony. When you learn to watch for this balancing act, you stop fearing change. You notice how fallen logs become nurseries for birds, or how a patch of scorched earth turns emerald again in spring. Change becomes less of a threat and more of a promise. It isn't nature pitted against itself, but a tapestry of checks and counter-checks designed to sustain life. In understanding that decay and growth are partners, you find a deeper trust in the world's resilience, and in that trust lies a quiet wonder at the wisdom woven throughout the living earth. When your mailbox overflows with forms and your inbox pings with policy updates, it can feel like the system has forgotten you. Yet beneath layers of paperwork and committee meetings lies a quiet truth. Every rule, every regulation began as an act of care. Governments emerged to solve challenges too big for any one of us or our neighbours to tackle alone. Take the case of a riverside neighbourhood facing seasonal floods. It may seem endless when engineers hold public hearings, consultants draw maps and officials negotiate budgets. But those steps reflect collective effort to safeguard homes, schools, and local businesses. Psychologically, this taps into a concept called collective efficacy, our belief that working together can overcome shared challenges. It may move at the speed of consensus instead of the flash of headlines, but it is sincere investment in our well-being. The same pattern shows up in public health. When a new vaccine is introduced, countless researchers, policymakers, and frontline workers coordinate to ensure safety and access. Each permit reviewed and each protocol tested may feel intrusive, yet it is a sign of vigilance, born from the idea that every life matters. It is easy to mistake delay for indifference, complexity for neglect. In reality, care often travels in steps that guard against error and injustice. So next time you grumble at a red tape, remember that those loops are there to protect you. In the end, your government cares in its own deliberate way, and that care is the foundation of our shared security. Imagine standing atop the finish line, medal in hand. The crowd roars, but inside you feel strangely quiet. We chase milestone after milestone, convinced that the next achievement will finally fill us with joy, only to find the feeling slipping away. When we treat success as the key to happiness, we overlook how our brain adapts to new highs, shifting the goalpost of contentment ever higher. Psychologists call this hedonic adaptation, and it explains why your dream promotion or that perfect workout routine can leave you wanting more. Take Maya, who landed her longed-for leadership role. She celebrated with friends and felt proud, but a few weeks later, she found herself staring at her desk, restless again. The trophy moment had passed, and she realized that true fulfillment came not from checking a box, but from the small daily joys, connecting with colleagues over coffee, celebrating progress in her work, and giving herself space to grow without constant comparison. Psychologically, happiness is not a reward at the end of the path. It is the fuel that lights the way. Cultivating gratitude, meaningful relationships, and a sense of purpose builds a resilient foundation that success can enhance rather than define. When joy becomes your starting point, achievements feel richer and setbacks more manageable. Success will never guarantee lasting happiness, but happiness will always enrich success. By inverting the myth that success equals joy, you unlock a life where every milestone truly matters. Most of us treat reality like an unmovable mountain, something that just exists beyond our control. We see the world through a lens we rarely question, believing that facts are fixed and perspective is powerless. But psychology shows us that reality is more like a canvas than a stone, shaped by our beliefs, language, and habits every moment. Take a conversation heated by disagreement. One person describes a tough morning, and the other hears criticism. The same words, the same tone, but two very different realities take shape. Psychologically, this happens because our brains organize experience through mental frames. These frames act like filters, highlighting some details and hiding others. When we label something as threatening, our heart races and we brace for impact. When we see the same event as a challenge, we relax and look for solutions. This means that reality isn't a fixed script. We each co-author it by the stories we tell ourselves and the words we choose. Research on mindset and perception reveals that small shifts in language can ease tension, boost creativity, and open new possibilities. A simple reframe, switching from "this is a threat" to "this is a chance to learn," can reshape how we respond and even how others respond to us. When we recognize that reality is flexible, we gain a powerful tool. We stop blaming the world for our discomfort and start experimenting with new interpretations. We see this in every corner of life, from the way a passing comment sparks joy or pain, to how a shared experience can unite us or keep us apart. And suddenly, life feels less like a set of rigid rules and more like an invitation to paint something truly our own. Beneath every impulsive decision lies a hidden logic. When your friend splurges on an expensive gadget you can't justify, you might roll your eyes and call it wasteful. But if you step into their shoes, that purchase becomes rational. It's an investment in their passion, a shortcut to efficiency, or a way to reward months of effort. People rarely act on whims alone. We scan our goals and constraints, then choose the option that feels best at the moment. This idea ties to a concept in psychology called bounded rationality. Our brains can't weigh every possibility, so we simplify choices based on what matters most. Imagine a co-worker who skips lunch to finish a report while you wonder why they'd ignore a break. In their mind, they're avoiding a looming deadline, minimizing stress later. It still feels jarring, but it's a strategic trade-off. Recognizing the rationality behind behavior shifts how we relate to others. It replaces frustration with curiosity. Instead of judging, you can ask what priorities are driving someone's action. That simple shift builds empathy and smoother communication. Next time someone's choice puzzles you, pause and look for the underlying reasons. You'll find that more often than not, people aren't acting on impulse, but on carefully considered logic, even when that logic looks different from your own. Understanding that people are rational is the first step to bridging gaps and seeing the world through a wider lens. Every morning, headlines leap out about some looming catastrophe, turning curiosity into confusion. In a world swamped with half-told stories and shifting narratives, certainty can feel as elusive as an echo. That's where knowledge comes in, not as a shield against change, but as a compass amid the noise. When we take a moment to dig beneath sensational claims, to trace them back to evidence, to understand why experts agree on some things and disagree on others, we discover more than facts. We reclaim clarity. Imagine feeling torn between conflicting advice on everything from diet trends to global events. You might end up stuck, repeating myths without realizing it. But when you pause and explore the sources, reading a study, asking why a statistic matters, you start to connect dots. Psychologically, this process taps into what researchers call reducing the illusion of explanatory depth. The more we explore a topic, the more accurate our understanding becomes and the less sway myths hold over us. In turn, certainty grows. Knowledge doesn't promise to answer every question forever, but it teaches us how to navigate uncertainty. It shifts us from reacting to headlines toward questioning their claims. It transforms random fragments into coherent patterns. Every piece of understanding we gain casts light on shadows of doubt, and suddenly the world doesn't feel so unstable. In embracing knowledge, we discover a reliable path through complexity, a path where myths fade and certainty takes root. One evening you scroll through story after story of betrayal and greed, and it's tempting to believe selfishness is our default. But beneath that noise, there's another story waiting to be noticed. Psychologically, research on altruism and reciprocity shows that when we sense someone in need, our first instinct is often to help, not to turn away. Think about the last time you saw someone drop a stack of papers in a crowded street. Instead of walking past, a stranger paused, knelt down, and handed them back with a smile. That moment isn't an exception. It's part of a pattern that has helped communities survive and thrive for centuries. In experiments, people will even sacrifice personal gain to support a complete stranger, tapping into an impulse that evolutionary psychology suggests is wired into our brains. This cooperative drive builds trust, weaves social bonds, and fuels collective resilience. It shapes everything from neighbours sharing fresh fruit at a fence to colleagues covering shifts without question. When you embrace the idea that humans are fundamentally good, it shifts how you see everyday interactions. You start to notice small kindnesses, a door held open, an encouraging word, as proof of our shared generosity rather than proof of our failings. That perspective invites more of those moments into your life. It transforms ordinary days into a tapestry of connection, reminding you that behind the myths of selfishness is a quieter, stronger truth. We are wired to care for one another, ready to build each other up when it matters most. When you see a crowd nodding in agreement, it feels like collective wisdom in action. That feeling is why we often equate popularity with truth. Yet, history shows that when everyone agreed the earth was flat, no amount of consensus made it so. Consensus defines comfort, not reality. It's not about how many voices echo an idea, but about the evidence that supports it. In everyday life, this plays out when a work team rallies behind the first idea that sounds good, even when doubts linger. That's groupthink in motion. Psychologically, we lean on social proof when we're uncertain. We tell ourselves, if so many others believe it, maybe we should too. The Ash conformity experiments demonstrated how powerful that pull can be, leading people to affirm obvious falsehoods to fit in. But truth has its own logic, independent of agreement. It demands we look beyond the chorus. Try pausing when you notice unanimous nods. Ask what facts are driving that agreement. Seek evidence, even if it feels awkward. Sometimes the lone voice pointing out contradictions carries the real answer. Embracing independent thinking may feel uncomfortable at first. Yet it brings clarity, not chaos. Ultimately, genuine understanding comes not from counting heads, but from testing ideas against reality. Consensus can guide us, but it should never be mistaken for the final word on truth. A stick poking out of a calm river appears bent even though you know it's straight. That moment reveals something surprising. Our senses aren't honest narrators. We trust sight and sound as truth, but psychology shows they're more like storytellers eager for a good plot. Your brain fills in gaps using past experiences and expectations. In research on predictive processing, scientists explain that perception is a collaboration between sensory input and mental models. That's why two people can witness the same event, yet describe it wildly differently. Consider a familiar scene. You overhear a whisper behind your back and imagine harsh words, only to discover they were compliments. Your ears captured sound, but your mind supplied meaning based on fear or insecurity. It's a top-down effect. Your beliefs shape what you hear. Optical illusions offer a clearer example. When stripes appear to move on a static image, it isn't magic. It's your visual system interpreting contrast and timing in unexpected ways. These tricks remind us that seeing isn't always believing. Understanding that senses can mislead is liberating. It invites curiosity and humility. When we question what feels true, we open space for evidence, dialogue, and discovery. Senses are not errors to fix, but hints to investigate. Next time something seems obvious, pause. Lean into uncertainty. Let your senses spark questions rather than claim answers. Reality is richer than perception, and truth lives just beyond the next curious glance. Vision feels like the final word on what's real. We treat our eyes as infallible witnesses to the world, assuming that if we see it, it must be the truth. But psychologically, seeing can deceive as much as it reveals. Our brains don't record reality. They interpret data, filling in gaps and favouring what fits our expectations. It's not about doubting every picture. It's about remembering that our vision shows only part of the story. Consider that viral image of a smiling child on a tattered rug. At first glance, it's a heartwarming scene. Yet, without context, we miss the struggles that lie behind her laughter. In the same way, those mesmerising travel photos on social media highlight turquoise waters while erasing the coral reefs dying just out of frame. What our eyes notice is only part of the story. Psychologists call this confirmation bias. We see what we want to see and ignore the rest. Even classic optical illusions like that spinning dancer show how perception can twist meaning. This isn't just a party trick. It influences our decisions, our trust, and our beliefs. When news outlets pair striking visuals with headlines, our brains cement those images as proof, even if the facts tell a different tale. To truly understand, you need to look beyond the obvious. The next time you see a snapshot, pause before accepting it as reality. Ask yourself what lies outside the frame or beneath the pattern your mind completes. True insight comes when you pair sight with scrutiny, when you balance what you see with what you seek. Because in a world built on appearances, believing wisely means finding the unseen. Most of us treat memory as a faithful witness to our past. We replay moments in vivid detail, convinced they match reality. Yet memory feels factual only because our brain stitches fragments into a seamless narrative each time we summon it. In truth, memory is a creative reconstruction, not a passive recording. When we recall an event, we blend actual impressions with emotions, expectations, and even suggestions from others. Imagine remembering a childhood vacation. You recall the scent of the ocean breeze and the thrill of the first wave, but later you fill in details, what you wore, who was there, based on old photos or stories you heard. Sometimes those additions feel as real as any snapshot. Psychologists call this the misinformation effect. Every retelling subtly alters the memory, so what feels indisputable can shift over time. Psychologically, this reconstruction helps maintain a coherent sense of self and supports learning by integrating new information. But it also reminds us that our recollections are fragile. Treating memory as infallible can lead us to cling to false convictions or even distort important passages of history. Recognizing that memory feels factual but is fundamentally malleable invites humility. Instead of stating our recollections as absolute truth, we can approach them as evolving stories, open to nuance and correction. Memory is not a video replay. It is a storyteller that blends fact with imagination. And in that blend lies both its power and its peril. A single photograph can feel like proof you can hold in your mind's eye. We tend to believe that pictures never cheat, but the angle we choose, the moments we omit, and the filters we apply can turn a simple snapshot into a crafted story. When we scroll through our feeds, each image arrives with unspoken choices. Whose face appears first? What background is hidden? Which second was captured? That invisible context shapes our beliefs more than we realize. Imagine a protest scene photographed from above. We see rows of voices raised in unison, but we don't see the passionate faces behind the signs or the private conversations that sparked their march. Psychologically, our brain treats visual information as more credible than words alone because seeing feels believing. Yet every image is a selective composition, a blend of light, shadow, and narrative choice. Brands use this power to sell us an ideal life, seamlessly erasing wrinkles or exaggerating smiles. Journalists frame stories by cropping out inconvenient details. Even our own vacation photos never include the dull moments between the highlights. It's not about lying outright. It's about what's left out and what our minds fill in to complete the picture. Understanding that pictures never cheat, only the people behind them do, shifts how we trust what we see. Next time you pause to believe an image at face value, remember that truth often lives between the lines of light and shadow. Stepping in front of a mirror during your morning routine, you might notice a familiar reversal. Your part on the left, your logo on the opposite side. It can feel like that reflection is lying, giving you a slightly twisted version of yourself. But that's the myth at work. A mirror doesn't lie. It shows reality in the language of light and angles. Light rays travel from objects to our eye, bouncing off the mirror at the same angle they arrived. That simple rule, called angle of incidence equals angle of reflection, means a mirror faithfully reproduces every detail in front of it. There is no hidden trick. The idea that mirrors flip right and left comes from our own bias. We imagine turning around ourselves horizontally, so the mirror seems to swap sides. In truth, it swaps front for back. Everyday mirrors guide surgeons to see inside the body, help drivers reverse safely, and reveal the universe through telescope arrays. They don't obscure the truth, they extend our vision. Psychologically, that reflection shapes how we understand ourselves. When we see our symmetry or imperfections, we're facing an unfiltered view. It's not about deception, but clarity. Mirrors stand as quiet reminders that reality is waiting in plain sight if we read the reflections correctly. The next time you look in the glass, remember you're looking at reality's dashboard, offering honest feedback without judgment. Mirrors show reality. It's easy to believe our first impressions are clean windows to the truth, that what we see is what is, but our brains don't just observe, they interpret, fill in blanks, project meaning. At a glance, we're not seeing the world, we're seeing our version of it. This happens fast. Within milliseconds, our minds start categorizing faces, making assumptions about intent, filtering information through layers of past experience. That person looks confident, so we assume they know what they're doing. That headline sounds urgent, so we treat it like a fact. But snap judgments aren't neutral. They're shaped by bias, emotion, even what we ate for breakfast. And when left unchecked, they harden into stories we believe without question. Take a moment from daily life. Someone cuts in line and your mind races. Rude, selfish, careless. But maybe they didn't see you. Maybe they're rushing to something important. First glance truths rarely hold the full story. They're just the brain's way of grabbing control when details feel fuzzy. Psychologically, this is rooted in cognitive shortcuts called heuristics, mental rules of thumb that save effort but often distort reality. They're useful, but not always truthful, and in a world flooded with stimuli, the danger isn't in noticing quickly, it's in never looking again. So here's the shift. Notice the instinct, then pause. Ask, what else could be true? Train yourself to see the difference between fast thinking and clear seeing. Because sometimes the truth hides not in what we first believed, but in what we chose to question. Touch is the one sense you can't outsource. You can see a photo, hear a recording, imagine a scent. But touch, that has to happen here, now, with you in the moment. And that's what makes it so powerful. In a world increasingly filtered through screens and simulations, touch anchors us to what's real. It's physical proof that something or someone is here, that you're not alone, that you're not imagining it. Psychologically, touch activates parts of the brain tied to safety, bonding, and attention. A warm hug, a firm handshake, a tap on the shoulder. These small moments send massive signals. You're safe, you're seen, you exist. It's not just a feeling, it's evidence. Even in early development, babies need touch to thrive. Without it, they don't just feel lonely, they fail to grow. That's how deep the connection goes. And as adults, we still rely on it more than we realize. A reassuring pat can calm nerves faster than words. A held hand can carry more meaning than any sentence ever could. But when touch is missing, something shifts. We start to doubt what's real. Relationships feel more distant. Emotions flatten. Our senses lose their edge. It's not just affection we lose, it's verification. Without it, the world can start to feel imaginary. So in a society built on digital contact, physical connection becomes more than comfort. It becomes proof that we're alive here together. Sometimes the most undeniable truth is simply the touch of another hand. Sometimes the gut knows before the brain does. You take a bite, and instantly, without data or logic, you know it's wrong. Or right. There's no spreadsheet, no argument, no tweet thread needed, just that visceral clarity. Taste, after all, never lies. This is why something as simple as food can feel so revealing, because underneath the ingredients, it reflects intention. A rushed dish, a careless one, a deeply loving one, you feel it, not in theory, in your body. And the same thing happens far beyond the kitchen, in relationships, in ideas, in choices that look fine on paper but leave a strange aftertaste. We've all nodded through a conversation that felt polite but hollow, or bought into a plan that made sense until it landed in reality. That dissonance? That's the truth your body caught before your brain caught up. Psychologically, this taps into something called affective forecasting, our ability to predict how things will feel. And it's flawed, we often misjudge. But our real-time sensations, those are usually spot on, especially when something's off. So when people say, trust your gut, it's not just a cliche. It's an invitation to notice what your senses already know. Because the world is full of shiny facades, smart-sounding myths, and well-packaged nonsense. But taste, literal or metaphorical, doesn't play along. It notices the bitterness buried under sweet words. It senses the lack of substance in something dressed up as depth. And it doesn't lie. Sometimes the best truth detector isn't found in argument or analysis, it's found in how things feel. And when you listen closely, you'll find that taste never deceives. A whiff of sunscreen, a hint of cinnamon, the smell of rain on pavement, and suddenly you're not here anymore. You're 7 years old, it's summer, or it's heartbreak, or it's home. Smells don't just bring back memories, they bring back truth. That's because smell is wired differently. It goes straight to the brain's limbic system, where emotion and memory live. No filters, no reasoning, just a raw sensory shortcut to what we once felt but might have buried. A single scent can unlock what we couldn't say out loud, or what time tried to make us forget. Imagine walking into a thrift shop and smelling a familiar cologne, your grandfather's maybe. Suddenly, you remember not just how he smelled, but how it felt to sit beside him, calm, safe. Or the smell of hospital antiseptic, bringing back a moment you thought you'd moved on from until your body reminded you otherwise. Psychologically, this matters. Smell is non-verbal memory. It doesn't wait for permission to resurface. It just shows up. And in doing so, it tells us something honest about who we were and who we still are. Even the uncomfortable scents serve a purpose. They remind us that truth isn't always logical. Sometimes it's visceral. So the next time a smell catches you off guard, don't brush it away. Pause. Let it tell you what words haven't. Because often what we can smell, we can finally feel. And what we can feel, we can finally understand. You hear it sometimes in empty rooms, a soft echo bouncing back, long after the original sound has faded. But echoes aren't just sound waves repeating themselves. They're signals, reminders that what once happened still leaves a trace. That's true in conversation too. In stories we're told growing up. In what society repeats so often, it starts to feel like fact. Some ideas echo so long, they become invisible walls, like success always looks a certain way, or that strength means never needing help. These myths are easy to miss because they sound familiar, comfortable, but familiarity doesn't make something true. Take the idea that vulnerability is weakness. It echoes in how we avoid saying, "I'm struggling," or hesitate to admit we don't know. But psychologically, vulnerability is tied to courage and connection. People who allow themselves to be seen fully tend to build deeper trust, form stronger relationships, and recover faster from setbacks. The echo told us to hide. The truth says that revealing ourselves is what heals. And it's not just personal. Cultural myths echo too, about who belongs, what's possible, or what history really looked like. When we listen only to the loudest versions of the past, we miss the quiet truths still reverberating in the background. Sometimes the most revealing sounds aren't the ones we speak, but the ones we finally hear. So next time something feels off, trace the echo. Ask where the belief came from and who it serves, because what we unlearn can be just as powerful as what we know. And sometimes the whisper in the distance is the truth trying to come through. A red warning label, a golden halo, a blue police light. Colours aren't just decoration, they're shortcuts to meaning, and our brains are wired to use them that way. From an early age, we learn to trust these associations. Red means stop. Green means go. Blue feels safe. Yellow says caution. But what happens when these signals are misused? When something dangerous is painted in calm tones, or something urgent gets dressed in soft pastels? This is where perception gets distorted. Research in cognitive psychology shows how colour biases our attention, our memory, even our decisions. It's not just branding, it's behaviour shaping. A pale blue pill feels gentler than the same pill in red. A document highlighted in yellow feels more urgent than one in grey. These aren't coincidences, they're cues, and they influence how we interpret truth. In real life, this means danger can hide in plain sight, if it wears the right coat. A glossy chart with cool tones might make failing numbers seem stable. A warm, earthy design can make harmful products feel wholesome. Even news headlines wrapped in fiery red or trustworthy navy guide not just what we see, but how we feel about it. Understanding this doesn't mean distrusting every colour, but it does mean pausing to ask, what am I being nudged to feel? Because sometimes what looks harmless is engineered to disarm us, and seeing clearly begins with knowing how colour shapes our lens. It's easy to forget, but sound is never neutral. It's always working, always saying something. In the background of your favourite memories, there was probably a song, a voice, a rhythm that stitched it together, and in the hardest moments. Silence wasn't always silent. It had a tone too. Sound has a kind of loyalty, not to the truth, but to the feeling. That's why a well-placed soundtrack can make fiction feel real, or why hearing a familiar voice can bring tears even when the words are ordinary. We don't just process sound, we absorb it. Psychologically, this connects to how the brain links emotion to memory. What we hear gets tied to how we feel, often more powerfully than what we see. Take a simple example. You walk into a room and hear laughter. It pulls your guard down. Or a sudden loud noise makes your heart race before you even know why. Sound bypasses logic. It's the part of the story that speaks to instinct before understanding catches up. That's why myths can sound convincing even when they aren't. Because belief often starts with a tone, not a fact. And repetition, especially with confidence, starts to sound like truth. So it helps to notice, not just what's being said, but how it's landing, the voice, the pace, the background hum. Sound is always shaping the meaning, always whispering something beneath the words. It may not always be truthful, but it's always faithful to the feeling it wants you to carry. And that's where its real power lives. Some lies aren't shouted, they're whispered through what's left out. You grow up thinking the world is a certain way, only to realise parts of it were carefully edited. Not with loud deception, but subtle omission. That's how the most dangerous myths survive, not by screaming falsehoods, but by hiding truths in plain sight. Take the idea that hard work always leads to success. It sounds fair, even noble, but it leaves out how starting lines are staggered, how luck and access rewrite the rules. Or the belief that history is a neat story of progress, when really it's a patchwork of power, silence, and selective memory. Psychologically, this works because of something called confirmation bias. We notice what confirms what we already believe, and when uncomfortable facts are missing, we rarely go looking. Myths are sticky like that. They feel good. They offer order in a messy world. But that comfort has a cost. It blinds us to who gets hurt and who gets erased. Let's take a simple example. A child is told they live in a country where anyone can make it if they try hard enough. So when they see someone struggle, they don't question the system. They question the person. That story shields the structure. That's the danger. The truth is, not all myths are built on lies. Some are built on gaps, on the things we're never taught to see. But once you notice the shadows, you can start searching for what they hide. And sometimes that's where the real story begins. You're looking for patterns, that's human. Whether it's an awkward silence after a comment, or the way someone avoids eye contact when they lie, your brain is constantly gathering clues. But here's the catch. It doesn't always tell you it's doing it. That's where reflection steps in. Reflection isn't just memory. It's re-watching a moment with your eyes a little wider. It's realizing that your overreaction at work wasn't about the email. It was about the fear behind it. It's understanding that your excitement wasn't just happiness, it was relief, or maybe pride. This matters because those moments hold information. Psychology shows us that the brain stores emotion with memory. It doesn't just remember what happened, it remembers how it felt. So when we revisit past experiences with a curious, honest lens, we're not just replaying the tape, we're decoding it. And sometimes what you find changes everything. Maybe you keep choosing friends who drain you, or you hesitate to speak up in meetings. On the surface, those are behaviours, but beneath them, reflections might reveal stories you're still telling yourself about worth, safety, or belonging. And once you see the story, you can edit it. You can choose a different next chapter. That's the power of reflection. It doesn't just look back, it lights the path forward, because the past, when examined kindly, is often less of a burden and more of a guide. And some of our best answers are just waiting to be asked the right questions. You walk into a room full of funhouse mirrors. One makes you look taller, another wider, another like your head's been stretched like taffy. You laugh knowing it's a trick. But when the mirror isn't glass, when it's culture, media, memory, it doesn't feel like a trick. It feels like truth. That's the thing about illusions. They don't need to be clever. They just need to feel familiar. Psychologically, our brains are wired to trust repetition and simplicity. The more we hear something, the more likely we are to believe it, regardless of whether it's real. It's called the illusory truth effect. Add emotion to the mix, fear, pride, hope, and the belief hardens. It becomes part of how we see the world. Think of the myths many of us grow up with. That hard work always leads to success. That nice people finish last. That history is a straight line of progress. Each one has a seed of truth. But when they go unquestioned, they shape expectations and identities in ways that limit us. Here's the harder part. Illusions don't just trick individuals, they shape systems. When a distorted idea gets repeated enough, it writes itself into policy, into education, into who gets heard and who doesn't. That's why unlearning is harder than learning. It's not just about facts. It's about peeling back the stories we didn't even realize were stories. So when something feels obvious, natural, even noble, it's worth asking, who does this idea serve? And what might be hiding behind how true it feels? Because not all mirrors reflect reality. Some just reflect what we've been taught to see. You wake from a dream, some vivid, strange swirl of places, faces, feelings, and for a moment it lingers. Not just the image, but the mood, a sense of something familiar, almost too familiar. That's because dreams don't come from nowhere. They pull from the raw material of our waking lives, our fears, our hopes, the things we're avoiding, and the truths we haven't said out loud. Dreams mirror life, but not in a straightforward way. They distort, exaggerate, rearrange, and that's part of what makes them powerful. Psychologically, dreams function like a backstage rehearsal. The mind processes emotions and experiences without the rules of logic. That's why someone you haven't seen in years might show up in a dream, right after a casual memory. Or why a moment of stress in real life becomes a chaotic, symbolic nightmare. The dream isn't random, it's reflective. Let's say you keep dreaming about missing a flight. The airport changes, the people do too, but the feeling stays the same. Rushed, unprepared, out of control. That's not about travel. It's your mind playing out the fear of falling behind in life or missing something important. We often dismiss dreams as strange, surreal nonsense, but there's wisdom in the weirdness. A part of you is talking when you're not trying to impress anyone, not even yourself. So the next time something haunts you from sleep, don't rush past it. Look closer. You might find that your dream wasn't just a story. It was a signal. And sometimes that signal reveals what daylight tries to hide. Trust doesn't start with credentials or charisma. It starts with vision. People follow what they believe in, and they believe in what they can see clearly. A compelling vision does more than outline a plan. It paints a picture of the future that feels possible, even when the path is uncertain. Think about someone rallying a team during tough times. They don't just say, work harder. They say, here's where we're going and why it matters. That clarity gives people a reason to care. And when people care, they commit, not just to tasks, but to the mission behind them. Psychologically, this ties into something called cognitive coherence. Our brains are wired to trust what makes sense. A leader who can connect the dots between today's struggle and tomorrow's promise creates that sense of coherence. They help people move from confusion to conviction. It's not about knowing all the answers. It's about showing that you've thought about the questions. Vision builds trust because it acknowledges reality without surrendering to it. It says, yes, this is hard, but it's not the end of the story. And it's contagious. When someone sees the future through your eyes and it lights them up, they don't just trust your leadership. They start believing in their own role in shaping what's next. So when in doubt, don't lead with certainty. Lead with vision. Trust follows those who dare to see beyond the fog. Someone can say 100 words to you, but it's the few you actually hear that stick. There's a difference between hearing and feeling heard. One is passive. It happens all the time. The other is personal, rare, and powerful. Think of a time someone paused, looked you in the eye, and said something that landed. Not because it was perfectly said, but because it was perfectly timed. They weren't just delivering information, they were delivering attention, presence, something real. In psychology, this taps into a basic truth about human connection. We're wired to notice emotional cues more than verbal content. That's why someone can say, I'm fine, and we still know they're not. The tone carries more weight than the text. When someone reflects your feelings back to you, that sounds like a lot, or you don't seem like yourself today. It does more than acknowledge your words. It confirms your experience. It makes the invisible visible. That's what makes hearing feel real. And once you feel truly heard, everything shifts. Defenses drop. Honesty rises. You stop bracing for misunderstanding and start trusting the moment. It doesn't take perfect phrasing. It takes noticing, pausing, letting silence hold space for meaning. Because sometimes what people need isn't more advice or more data, it's resonance. The truth is, when someone hears you in a way that feels real, you don't just feel understood, you feel seen. And that feeling has a way of lingering long after the conversation ends. Sometimes you just know. A choice, a person, a place. Something feels off or right before your brain has time to catch up. That's your gut. And while it doesn't speak in words, it's not just noise. Gut instincts are rooted in how the brain processes patterns. Your subconscious picks up on body language, tone, even inconsistencies, details you don't consciously clock. Over time, this becomes intuition. Not magic, just memory, experience, and perception working in silence. Let's say you meet someone and instantly feel uneasy. There's no obvious reason, but your body tenses. Later, you realize they reminded you, subtly, unconsciously, of someone who once broke your trust. That's not paranoia, that's pattern recognition. But here's the twist. While gut instincts can protect us, they can also mislead, especially when shaped by bias, fear, or stress. That's why awareness matters. The goal isn't to ignore your instincts or follow them blindly. It's to notice them, then ask, what might this be pointing to? Psychologically, this creates space between sensation and response. A pause that invites clarity instead of reactivity. It's like checking the compass before you chart the course. Gut feelings are real, but they're not final. They're alerts, not absolutes. When you learn to treat them as signals instead of verdicts, they become a guide, not a trap. You don't have to silence your gut to see clearly. You just have to listen, then look deeper. That's how instinct becomes insight. You know that moment when something just feels off, before you can explain it, before facts line up. That's not intuition being dramatic. That's your nervous system doing its job. Feeling is faster than thinking. It scans, senses, alerts. And while logic helps us interpret the world, it's feeling that reacts first. That's why your body tenses in a room that doesn't feel safe, or relaxes when you're finally with someone who gets you. It's not random. It's feedback. We're taught to mistrust emotion, as if it clouds judgment or distorts reality. But that's one of the most dangerous myths we carry, because when we dismiss feeling, we miss what it's trying to tell us. That something needs care, that something matters, that something is not right. Think about a conversation where your chest tightened even though the words were polite. Or a decision that looked perfect on paper but made your stomach sink. Those moments aren't failures of reason. They're reminders that emotion is data too. Psychologically, emotions serve as early warning systems and internal compasses. They don't always get the story right, but they always have a reason. Ignoring them doesn't make you smarter, it just makes you disconnected. The truth is, we make better decisions, not despite our feelings, but when we understand them. When we pause, listen and ask, why did I feel that? We don't lose clarity, we gain it. Because in a world full of noise, feeling is one of the few signals that never lies. It doesn't always shout, but it never fails. Some thoughts don't arrive in words, they come in colours. The strange mood you couldn't name. The way a memory felt more blue than bitter. The sudden calm that hit like green after rain. Psychologists have studied how the brain blends emotion and perception, and one idea that keeps emerging is that we don't just think in language, we think in sensory codes. This includes colour. Colour can act like a shortcut to emotion, bypassing logic and tapping into something deeper and older. That's why certain places, moments, or even people seem to carry a hue with them. A childhood birthday might feel warm like orange. An argument might linger in shades of red. These aren't random associations, they're emotional imprints, quietly shaping how we remember and react. Let's say you walk into a room painted a soft grey. You might feel calmer, slower, more reflective. Not because grey tells you to, but because it cues the body to shift gears. This is more than design. It's emotional architecture. And when it comes to events, this matters. Because if you can sense the colour a moment carries, you can respond with more awareness. you notice that the conversation isn't just tense, it's sharp, electric, like blue lightning. That insight might shift how you speak, how you listen, what you choose to carry forward. We think of memory as a story we tell ourselves, but sometimes it's a canvas we keep painting on, and noticing the colours can help us see what the story never said. What you see isn't always what's true. Not because your eyes are broken, but because your brain is always filling in the blanks. That's how perception works. It's not just receiving information, it's interpreting it. And interpretation is never neutral. It's shaped by memory, belief, fear, culture, habit. It's shaped by what you expect to see. Imagine two people walking down the same street. One sees opportunity, every sign, every face, a signal that life is open and generous. The other sees risk, a world closing in, unpredictable and unsafe. Same sidewalk, different worlds, because perception doesn't reflect reality, it creates it. Psychologically, this links to confirmation bias, our tendency to notice and remember what confirms what we already believe. If you think the world is harsh, you'll spot every rejection. If you believe people are kind, you'll find more moments of grace. The lens becomes the truth. This doesn't mean reality is whatever you want it to be, but it does mean you have more influence than you think. Shifting your perception, consciously, gently, can shift your experience. Not by ignoring problems, but by widening your frame, by asking what else might be true. Sometimes the most dangerous myths aren't the ones others tell you. They're the ones you've been telling yourself without question. Myths like, I'm not enough, or nothing ever changes, or the world is against me. Challenge the lens. Because perception doesn't just colour the view, it builds the whole world you live in. You can think about a chair without ever noticing the screws that hold it together. That's the strange power of thought. It simplifies. It distills. It gives us the shape of things, but not always their structure. This happens all the time. We say traffic was bad, but skip over the merging lanes, the honking, the flickers of frustration in every car window. We think he's successful without seeing the late nights, the rejections, the moments he almost gave up. Thought is fast. Detail is slow. Psychologically, this is tied to cognitive efficiency. Our brains are wired to reduce complexity, to create shortcuts that help us navigate the world. It's why we love categories, summaries, and headlines. But the cost is that we often miss the nuance, the parts that make something human. Take conflict, for example. The thought might be, she overreacted, but the details might reveal a tough week, a missed text, an old insecurity triggered again. Or a compliment like, you're so talented, might skip past the hours someone spent doubting themselves, refining their craft alone. Detail brings empathy. It reminds us that people are not their labels, their wins, or their stumbles. They're a collection of little moments we rarely see, but that matter deeply. So next time a thought rushes in, pause. Look closer. Ask what it might be skipping over, because behind every clean idea is a messy truth, and that's where understanding lives. Some of the most dangerous myths are the ones that feel the most familiar. They wear the face of common sense. They echo what we've always heard, and because of that, they slip by unnoticed, not just outside of us, but inside our thinking. Take the idea that success always follows hard work. It sounds right, it feels earned, but it leaves out how systems reward access, not just effort. Or the belief that people get what they deserve. It offers a sense of order, but it quietly justifies inequality. These myths survive not because they're true, but because they offer comfort. They make the world feel more controllable, more fair, even when it's not. Psychologically, this taps into what researchers call just world bias. The brain craves coherence. It wants to believe good things happen to good people and bad things to bad people. When something challenges that belief, poverty, illness, injustice, the myth steps in to smooth the edges. But there's a cost. These illusions can blind us to the real causes of harm. They shift blame onto individuals instead of systems. They make us distrust those who struggle and overcredit those who succeed. The truth is often messier than the myth, but it's also more liberating. When we let go of neat explanations, we make room for real empathy, for seeing not just what someone did, but what they were up against. Reality doesn't always tell the truth. Sometimes it just tells a story we've heard too many times. Questioning that story is how we begin to see clearly. And seeing clearly is how things start to change. You think you're awake, aware, seeing the world as it is, but awareness isn't a light switch. It's a lens, and sometimes that lens distorts more than it reveals. There's a strange comfort in certainty, in believing we already know how things work, that we've got people figured out, that the system, flawed as it might be, is at least visible. But the truth is, some of the most powerful forces shaping your life are the ones you've stopped noticing. Psychologically, this is called inattentional blindness, when the mind decides what matters and quietly filters out the rest. It's not just about distraction. It's about the brain building a version of the world it expects to see. And anything that doesn't fit, it gets edited out. Think of a time you changed your mind about something big, a belief, a person, a story you were sure of. The facts didn't change. You just finally saw them. This isn't about being gullible or naive. It's about being human. We are wired to seek patterns, to crave simplicity, to protect the narratives we've built. But growth often means stepping outside that comfort, questioning what you think you know, sitting with the possibility that you've missed something. Awareness isn't a destination, it's a practice, a willingness to notice again, to look closer, to ask what else might be true. Because sometimes the truth isn't hidden. It's just patiently waiting for you to look beyond what you already believe. Most people think belief is a reflection of truth, that we believe something because it's real. But often it's the other way around. We believe first, and then our minds work over time to make it true. This is called confirmation bias. Once we've bought into an idea, especially one that feels comforting or familiar, we start filtering the world through it. We notice the facts that support it. We dismiss the ones that don't. Over time, that belief hardens, not because it's more accurate, but because it's been reinforced. Think about someone who believes they're unlucky. They'll remember every missed train, every awkward moment, every job rejection. But the wins? The times things did go right? They fade into the background. That belief starts shaping their choices. Maybe they stop trying. Maybe they play it safe. Not because they're unlucky, but because they believe they are. Psychologically, belief acts like a lens. And lenses change what we see, not just how we see it. In neuroscience, this is tied to expectancy effects. Our brains literally alter perception based on what we expect to happen. But here's the flip side. If belief can distort reality, it can also build it. People who believe they can grow tend to take more risks, learn more from failure, and bounce back faster. Not because they're better, but because they've told themselves they can be. Belief is powerful, not because it always gets the facts right, but because it shapes what we dare to do with them. In the end, what we believe doesn't just describe the world, it helps create it. A single word can steer the course of a conversation. Change one phrase, and suddenly a compliment feels like a critique, or a critique lands as care. Language isn't just how we describe reality, it's how we shape it, and often we're shaping more than we realize. Take the difference between "you always mess this up" and "this part didn't go as planned. What do you think happened?" One shuts down curiosity. The other invites it. Psychologically, this matters because our brains are wired for narrative. The stories we hear, especially the ones we tell ourselves, become the lens through which we see everything. Over time, repeated words become beliefs. Say, "I'm not good at this enough," and your brain stops even trying to challenge it. Say, "I'm still learning," and you leave room for growth. This isn't just positive thinking, it's cognitive framing. The language we use creates the mental scaffolding for what we think is possible. This shows up in relationships too. Describing someone as clingy versus seeking connection changes how we respond to them. One frames it as a problem, the other as a need, and our words don't just affect others, they echo back into us. They guide how we interpret failure, success, discomfort, or joy. So it's worth pausing to ask, what kind of world are my words reinforcing? Because when we speak, we aren't just reflecting reality, we're participating in it. And the more intentional we are with our language, the more intentional we can be with our lives. Fear doesn't always look like panic. Sometimes it looks like silence, agreement, a forced smile and a nod. It can feel like caution, but it acts like control. In many systems, workplaces, schools, even families, fear is used as a shortcut to compliance. People follow rules, not because they believe in them, but because they're scared of what happens if they don't. The fear of losing a job, disappointing someone, or just standing out too much. And on the surface, it works. Things stay orderly. Conflict is avoided, but underneath, something breaks. Psychologically, fear-driven obedience creates learned helplessness. That's when people start to believe they have no say, no agency, so they stop trying altogether. Over time, it chips away at confidence, curiosity, even moral judgment. Because when the goal is to avoid punishment, asking what's right gets replaced with what's safest. Take a simple example. A student doesn't speak up in class, not because they don't know the answer, but because they've been laughed at before. Or a team member never challenges a bad idea because they've seen what happens to the last person who did. When fear leads, truth gets quieter. And without truth, growth stalls. Real trust isn't built on fear. It's built on transparency, dialogue, and the belief that people can be both honest and safe. Shifting away from fear doesn't mean losing order. It means inviting ownership. Because people who feel heard are more likely to show up fully, not just obey, but contribute. And that's when real change starts. We often imagine that power speaks with logic, evidence, or persuasion, but more often it just speaks and expects to be obeyed. This is the psychology behind why authority is so effective. Not because it's always right, but because it commands action before questions. From childhood, we're wired to respond to figures who seem to know what's best. Parents, teachers, leaders, their tone, posture, even the certainty in their voice tells our nervous system, follow this. It bypasses our critical thinking, not maliciously but efficiently, because in many parts of life, Crossing streets, obeying rules, reacting quickly, hesitation costs. But the same reflex that protects us can be manipulated. When someone uses the symbols of authority, uniforms, titles, confidence, we often comply, even if their command makes little sense. That's how entire systems can drift into harm without resistance. It's not always fear that drives obedience. Sometimes it's habit. Sometimes it's relief. Someone else deciding so we don't have to. Take a moment when a manager says, "Just do it my way," or a headline declares, "Experts agree." Without meaning to, you may nod along. But psychological research, especially the work of Stanley Milgram, shows how easily people follow orders, even against their better judgment, when pressure comes from perceived authority. Recognizing this doesn't mean rejecting all leadership. It means checking our instinct to obey without reflection. Because the most dangerous myths aren't the loudest. They're the ones we silently follow. When authority commands action, the bravest response might simply be to pause and ask why. You don't grow up with labels. You grow into them. Shy, difficult, gifted, lazy. Labels start as shortcuts, ways people try to make sense of you. But over time, they do more than describe, they shape. Because the more you hear something, the more you start to believe it. And once you believe it, you start to act it out. That's not just opinion, it's psychology. There's a concept called the labeling effect. When people are labelled, especially early on, they're more likely to conform to the expectations of that label, good or bad. It becomes a script you follow, even if it's not one you wrote. Take a kid told they're not a math person. They stop trying. Or someone praised for being naturally smart. They avoid challenges that might prove otherwise. Labels can box you in or pressure you to maintain an image. Either way, they mess with your freedom to explore who you really are. But labels aren't destiny, they're guesses. And you're allowed to change the story. That might mean questioning the roles you've played, saying, maybe I'm not bad with people, maybe I just haven't practiced, or maybe I'm not always the strong one, maybe I'm allowed to ask for help. The truth is, you're more than any one word someone used to define you. You're not a fixed character, you're a living draft, and drafts can be rewritten. A story doesn't just tell you what happened, it tells you what matters. And once we believe a story, it becomes the lens we use to judge what's real, what's good, and what's possible. Think about how we learn courage, not from instructions, but from fables, films, childhood tales, where the hero keeps going, even when it's hard, or what we believe about success. Maybe it's the rags to riches arc we saw on TV, or the overnight genius narrative that skips the years of quiet effort. These stories aren't just background noise. They shape how we show up, what we aim for, what we fear. Psychologists call this narrative identity, the internal storyline we build over time. And it's sticky. Stories organize facts into meaning, and meaning guides behavior. If someone grows up hearing people can't change, they might give up quicker. If the main story in your culture is winning is everything, failure might feel like erasure, not just a step. But here's the thing. Stories can be rewritten. When someone shares a new version, where struggle is strength, or where rest isn't weakness but wisdom, it doesn't just inform us, it frees us. And the more we hear those kinds of stories, the more likely we are to act from them. That's why being mindful of the stories we consume, and the ones we tell ourselves, isn't just entertainment, it's influence. Because stories don't just reflect our world, they shape the one we choose to create. A promise can be a quiet sentence, just a few words shared in passing, but its weight isn't in how loudly it's spoken, it's in how deeply it's felt. Because a promise is more than a plan. It's a signal. It tells someone, you matter, I'm showing up. We often think of promises as big, formal things, vows, contracts, declarations, but the most powerful ones are usually the smallest. I'll call you tonight. I'll be there at 5. You can count on me. And when those promises are kept, they build something fragile, yet essential. Trust. Here's the catch. When promises are broken, especially the little ones, they don't just disappear, they leave a mark. Psychologically, our brains use patterns to predict safety. When someone's word lines up with their actions, our sense of stability grows. But when the pattern breaks, we start bracing ourselves, doubting, disconnecting. And that's where the power lives. Not in the scale of the promise, but in its consistency. Keeping your word, even when it's inconvenient or unnoticed, shows integrity in motion. It tells people, oh, you can relax, I'll follow through. It also shapes how we see ourselves. Every promise kept becomes part of our internal story. One that says we're dependable, we finish things, we care. So the next time you make a promise, even a small one, pause. It's not just a task or a favour, it's a thread. And enough of those threads, woven together, create the fabric of trust. Strong, durable, quietly powerful. Threats often sound like control, but what they really do is crush curiosity. Think about a child being told, if you don't clean your room, no screen time. Sure, the room gets cleaned, but what's really being taught? Not responsibility, not respect, just fear of losing something they care about. It creates a pattern where behaviour changes only under pressure. Not because it matters, but because there's a consequence. This isn't just about kids. In offices, relationships, even governments, when people are threatened, they might comply in the moment. But it kills long-term trust. It narrows thinking. It breeds silence, not engagement. Psychologically, this taps into what's known as extrinsic motivation, doing something to avoid a negative outcome. It works fast, but it fades fast too. And over time, it chips away at internal drive. Let's take a team meeting. A manager says, we better hit this target or heads will roll. Everyone nods, everyone works late, but no one speaks up about the problems they're seeing. The culture becomes one of quiet compliance instead of shared commitment. Creativity dies when people are afraid to make mistakes. The irony? Threats often aim for control, but they lose influence. Because the most powerful motivator isn't fear, it's purpose. It's knowing why something matters and feeling safe enough to care. Compliance may get things done, but only for a while. If you want people to show up fully, not just follow rules, don't lead with fear. Lead with trust. That's what creates lasting change. You break a rule, and the weight in your chest tells you so. Not because someone scolded you, but because guilt did. That quiet internal sting that makes you want to fix things, apologize, or at least not repeat it. Guilt feels personal, but its power is social. It's wired into us for a reason. Psychologically, guilt helps regulate behavior in group settings. When we live around others, some emotional force needs to keep our actions in check. Not just laws, not just consequences, but a feeling that says, that's not who I want to be. And that's the key. Guilt doesn't just point to what you did, it pulls at who you believe you are. Let's say you forget a friend's birthday. There's no fine, no punishment. But still, you feel off. Maybe you rush to send a message, or you bring it up days later with a sheepish tone. That's guilt enforcing the rule. Not externally, but inside you. But here's the tricky part. Guilt can be misused. It's powerful enough that families, schools, even entire cultures sometimes lean on it too hard, weaponize it, inflate it, teach people that guilt equals goodness. And now you're not using it to guide behavior, you're using it to control it. Healthy guilt is specific, not crushing. It helps you align actions with values. But when guilt becomes the rule itself, when it shows up just for saying no or having needs, that's no longer your conscience. That's conditioning. The goal isn't to never feel guilt. It's to know what it's teaching you and decide whether it's worth listening to. You can do everything right, say something kind, generous, even thoughtful, and still get a cold shoulder in return. Ever wonder why? Psychologists call it praise-condition mismatch. It happens when the praise you give doesn't match the emotional state or need of the person receiving it. You say, "You did great," when they feel like they failed. You say, "I'm proud of you," when what they needed was, "That must have been really hard." The truth is, praise isn't always received as a gift. Sometimes it lands like a misunderstanding, because the person isn't just hearing your words, they're feeling whether or not you actually get where they're at. Take a student who just bombed a presentation. Telling them, "You've got so much potential," might sound tone deaf, but saying, "You put yourself out there, even though it was uncomfortable," that takes guts. That's different. It meets them in the moment. It honors the effort, not just the outcome, and it shows you're tuned in, not just trying to cheer them up. This kind of attuned response builds emotional safety. It helps people feel seen, not just evaluated. And when that happens, praise doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like support. So if your kind words ever seem to fall flat, pause and ask, what does this person actually need to hear right now? Praise that meets people where they are isn't just more effective, it's more human. And in a world full of empty compliments, being understood is the highest form of flattery. A group of strangers bow their heads at the same time. They light candles, sing the same song, maybe break bread in silence. It looks simple, but beneath it is something deeply human. Rituals have been with us longer than language. They don't just mark time, they anchor it. Birthdays, funerals, Sunday dinners, even pre-game huddles. Each one is a signal. This matters. And more importantly, we matter. Psychologically, rituals provide structure in uncertainty. They calm the nervous system. They create predictability when life feels chaotic. But beyond the individual, rituals do something else. They bind people together. When a group repeats an action with shared meaning, it strengthens belonging. It says, "You're not doing this alone." Think of a family that touches the same photo before heading out the door, or friends who always meet on the same park bench to talk. These moments may look like routine, but emotionally they build a sense of home. Research even shows that synchronized activity, like singing, marching, or clapping, boosts cooperation and empathy. It helps people see themselves as part of a unit, not just separate individuals moving in parallel. And that matters, especially in a world that often pushes us toward isolation and hyper-independence. Rituals cut through that. They remind us that connection isn't always spontaneous. Sometimes it's built step by step, beat by beat, flame by flame. What looks like repetition on the outside is relationship on the inside. And when shared often enough, it becomes more than a habit. It becomes a heartbeat. Symbols are everywhere: a flag, a logo, a colour, even a hand gesture. Most people see them as just signs, markers of identity or belonging. But in psychology, symbols do much more than signal. They shape. They don't just reflect power, they help create it. Take a uniform. Same person, different outfit, and suddenly their authority changes. Or a wedding ring, a tiny circle that holds entire relationships in place. These aren't just tokens, they're tools. They influence how people behave, what they believe, and even what they're willing to fight for. This is because symbols tap into a deep cognitive shortcut. Our brains crave meaning, and symbols offer it instantly. They compress complex ideas into something we can recognize in a heartbeat. A brand logo isn't just a design, it's trust, status, identity. The moment we see it, we respond, often without realizing it. And that's the quiet power, control without command. A raised fist, a red cross, a luxury handbag. Each can evoke loyalty, urgency, admiration, without a single word. That's not magic. That's behavioral conditioning paired with cultural reinforcement. The danger is when symbols become shields, used to shut down questions, disguise truths, or divide people. Because when meaning gets hijacked, influence turns into manipulation. And the more invisible that influence feels, the harder it is to resist. So the next time something stirs you, makes you trust, buy, obey, or defend, pause. Ask not just what it means, but who wants it to mean that. Because symbols don't just tell stories, they write the script for how we live inside them. We often imagine our choices are fully our own, shaped by logic, preference, or personal values. But look a little closer, and you'll see something quieter at work. Tradition. Passed down in phrases like, "This is how we've always done it," or rituals that feel too sacred to question. Tradition doesn't just preserve history, it steers decisions, even when we think we're choosing freely. Take something as simple as a wedding. From the white dress to who speaks at the reception, many of these choices aren't just personal taste. They're inherited templates. You might not even realize you're following a script until someone breaks it, and suddenly it feels like a rule was violated. Psychologically, this pull is tied to social belonging. Traditions offer certainty, structure, and connection to a group. They reduce decision fatigue by narrowing options. But that comfort comes with a cost. They can also conceal outdated norms or stifle progress, especially when the original reasons are long forgotten. That's why examining tradition isn't about rejecting it. It's about asking, does this still serve us? Is this meaningful to me or just familiar? Because some traditions are worth honouring, others worth rewriting. The truth is, traditions don't just shape what we do, they shape what we see as possible. When we pause to question them, we open space for more intentional, authentic choices. Not just copies of the past, but stories we choose to live on purpose. We don't just act on facts, we act on stories, especially the ones we tell ourselves. And some of those stories aren't true, they're myths. Convenient, comforting, sometimes even inspiring, but still myths. And when a myth sticks, it starts to shape choices in ways that feel right even when they're not. Think about the idea that the world rewards hard work equally. It sounds fair, it feels good to believe, but research shows outcomes are often more influenced by where you start, access, bias, opportunity, than by how hard you try. Still, the myth persists, and people use it to justify inequality. If someone didn't succeed, maybe they just didn't work hard enough. Or the myth that humans are naturally selfish, wired to compete. That's been used to defend everything from ruthless business to broken social safety nets. But psychology tells a different story. People are wired for cooperation, empathy, fairness. Those instincts just don't fit the myth. These aren't just harmless misunderstandings. When myths become beliefs, they become explanations. They shape who we blame, who we help, and what we expect from each other. The danger isn't just in believing a myth, it's in acting like it's the only truth. Myths offer certainty, but growth lives in nuance. If we pause, ask harder questions, and look beyond the comforting story, we can start making choices rooted in reality, not just tradition. Because the truth may be messier, but it gives us room to change. And that's where real progress begins. The most powerful beliefs in human history weren't proven. They were told. Myths, not data, shaped how entire societies saw the world and saw themselves in it. And the thing about myths is they don't need to be true to take hold. They just need to feel true. Take a moment to think about the big ones. That some people are inherently superior, that wealth is a sign of virtue, that if you struggle, it must be your fault. These ideas don't stand up to scrutiny, but they've been passed down, wrapped in stories that made them sound inevitable, natural, even moral. Psychologically, this taps into something deep. The human brain craves coherence. We like when things make sense, when the world feels orderly. Myths give us that comfort, but they can also become blinders. They tell us where the lines are drawn, what's worth questioning and what isn't. But here's the twist. Myths don't just cement the status quo, they also ignite change. Every revolution begins with someone saying, what if that story isn't true? What if the divine right of kings is just a story? What if race, class, or gender roles aren't destiny but invention? That moment of doubt doesn't just shake belief. It makes space for possibility. History shows us that exposing a myth is more than just fact-checking. It's liberating. Because when people stop accepting the world as it is and start imagining what it could be, that's when real transformation begins. Not with proof, but with a new story. A myth doesn't need to be a lie to be dangerous. Sometimes it's just a story told too simply, too often, by someone with too much power. And the thing about stories, they shape what people see, and just as powerfully what they don't. Leaders know this. They aren't just decision makers or strategists. They're narrators. They choose what parts of a truth to amplify, what to minimize, what to repeat, until it feels like common sense. And when a story is told well enough, long enough, it becomes invisible, not questioned, just how the world works. Take something like hard work always pays off. It sounds noble. It feels fair, but it quietly ignores systems, access, inherited advantages. It paints failure as a personal flaw instead of a structural barrier. And so people internalize blame, not injustice. Psychologically, we're wired to respond to coherent narratives. Our brains seek patterns, cause and effect, heroes and villains. It gives us a sense of control. But that same instinct makes us vulnerable to manipulation when stories are crafted with a purpose that serves someone else. This doesn't mean stories are bad. It means we need to ask who benefits from the version we've been given. What voices are missing? What truths are edited out? Leaders craft narratives, but so can you. Every time you ask a better question, every time you listen for the silence between the headlines. Truth doesn't always shout. Sometimes it hides in what was never said. And seeing that, that's where real leadership begins. Sometimes the most dangerous stories aren't the ones that sound false. They're the ones that sound familiar. When propaganda works well, it doesn't feel like persuasion. It feels like common sense. It wraps itself in half-truths, preys on fear, and hides behind repetition until it's no longer questioned. It often begins with a simple narrative, us versus them. It names a villain, creates a sense of threat, then offers one path forward. The more that message is repeated, the more it starts to feel like fact, not because we've tested it, but because we've heard it so many times. Psychologically, this taps into something called the illusory truth effect. When people hear the same claim over and over, even without evidence, they start to believe it's true. The brain mistakes familiarity for accuracy. Consider how slogans stick, or how emotionally charged headlines override deeper thought. Propaganda doesn't ask for your logic. It hijacks your attention and your trust. And over time, it reshapes what feels normal. What used to raise alarm starts to sound routine. That's what makes it so dangerous. Not its volume, but its subtlety. Not the lies themselves, but how they bend around fragments of truth. The antidote isn't more noise. It's awareness. It's asking, where did this come from? Who benefits if I believe it? Truth isn't always louder, but it's steadier. And spotting distortion begins with noticing what we're being nudged to accept without question. Sometimes unlearning starts with simply pausing and asking, what's the story behind the story? Power rarely clings to the truth. It clings to stories, crafted, curated, and repeated until they feel like fact. Not because they are true, but because they're useful. That's the quiet machinery behind so many of the systems we live in. A myth told often enough becomes a kind of social gravity. You stop questioning why things fall the way they do. Consider the idea that success always comes to those who work the hardest. It sounds fair. It feels motivating, but it overlooks how deeply opportunity is shaped by history, access, and systems designed to protect themselves. The story holds power in place by blaming the people who fall through it. Psychologically, this kind of belief is called system justification. It's our mind's way of finding comfort in the status quo, even when it's unfair. We tell ourselves the world is mostly just because the alternative is too unsettling, but lies that protect comfort can also protect injustice. You see it in workplaces that prize loyalty over dissent, in education systems that reward test-taking more than critical thinking, in nations that rewrite history to cast themselves only as heroes. These aren't just errors. They're myths serving a purpose, to keep power unchallenged. But there's something else the mind can do. It can spot the script. Ask who benefits from the story, who gets left out, and what truth might emerge if we stopped mistaking repetition for reality. Because myths may feel safe, but truth changes things. And if power depends on a lie, maybe the most radical act is simply refusing to believe it. There's a certain power that comes from knowing what others don't, a quiet, invisible edge. But that power doesn't spread, it concentrates. Because by design, secrets empower the few at the cost of the many. Think of how myths operate, not just the obvious ones like urban legends or conspiracy theories, but the subtle ones too. The myth that success is purely merit-based, that emotions cloud judgment, that history is neutral. These aren't just misunderstandings, they're shaped narratives, crafted to protect advantage. In psychology, this taps into what's known as information asymmetry. When one side holds more knowledge, they get to set the terms. The other side, they follow rules they didn't write, play games they don't fully understand. This shows up everywhere. A job market where only some know what salaries are fair. A legal system where the jargon itself is a barrier. Even social norms. Who's allowed to speak up and who's expected to stay quiet. Secrets don't just hide information, they shape behavior, often without us realizing. But naming this dynamic is the first way to change it. Transparency isn't just about data dumps or telling all. It's about making truth more accessible, leveling the playing field by questioning what's been left unsaid. Because when secrets stay in the hands of a few, power stays there too. But when truth is shared, when it's explained, not just exposed, it doesn't just inform, it transforms. It gives people the tools to see clearly, to choose differently, and maybe even to rewrite the game altogether. A lie doesn't need to be big to be powerful. Sometimes the most effective ones are subtle, wrapped in facts, delivered with confidence, and repeated until they feel like common sense. That's how myths become beliefs. And beliefs, especially unexamined ones, shape the way we see the world. There's a psychological principle at play here called cognitive ease. The more familiar something feels, the more true it seems. Not because it's been verified, but because it's been heard often. So when certain stories are told again and again about how power works, who deserves what, or what's just the way things are, and they sink in. Not through debate, but through repetition. And once people accept a version of reality, they tend to filter out anything that contradicts it. Psychologists call this confirmation bias. We all do it. It's more comfortable to stick with what we know than to question the ground we stand on. This is why knowledge isn't just information, it's influence. Whoever controls the dominant narrative through media, education, or culture doesn't need to control people directly. They just need to shape what people think is normal. But there's power in becoming aware, in asking who benefits from this belief. What's not being said? When people start to question not just the answers, but the questions themselves, they begin to reclaim their perspective. Because the most dangerous myths aren't the ones we argue with. They're the ones we never notice. And once you start seeing them, you can't unsee them. That's when real thinking begins. That's when real freedom starts. Sometimes the most powerful defense isn't a wall, it's silence. Not the kind that comes from confusion, but the kind that comes from strategy. In systems built to preserve power, ignorance isn't always a flaw, it's a feature. If you don't teach the full story, you don't have to answer for it. If certain voices never make it into the conversation, then their needs can be safely ignored. And if history is told only from one angle, those in charge get to write the ending. This isn't just about textbooks or news coverage. It shows up in the workplace, in who gets mentored and who gets dismissed. It shows up in politics, in what policies get funding and whose problems are deemed too complex. It even shows up in families, when some topics are too uncomfortable to name and silence becomes its own kind of armour. Psychologically, this taps into something deep, cognitive dissonance. When the truth challenges the comfort of a long-held belief, many people would rather protect the belief. Not because they're evil, but because reckoning feels like losing control. But ignoring pain doesn't make it go away. And choosing not to see injustice doesn't erase it. It just delays the reckoning. The longer power stays, protected by ignorance, the harder it is to build anything rooted in trust. Awareness may be uncomfortable, but it's also clarifying. And once you've seen the truth, you can't unsee it. You get to decide whether to uphold the silence or to be the reason someone else finally feels heard. Fear doesn't always look like panic or avoidance. Sometimes it wears the face of overconfidence or silence or even relentless control. But underneath it's doing the same thing, closing doors in the mind. When we're afraid, especially in high stakes or uncertain moments, our brains don't open up, they shut down. The parts that handle logic, creativity, and nuance go quiet. What lights up instead is the survival instinct. It's binary, safe or unsafe, right or wrong, us versus them. In that state, new ideas feel threatening, contradictions feel like attacks, and curiosity, it doesn't stand a chance. Take a conversation about politics or climate, or even how to raise a child. If fear is in the driver's seat, the goal becomes protection, not understanding. We cling tighter to what we already believe, not because it's right, but because it feels safer than change. Psychologically, this is called motivated reasoning. We don't just interpret facts through our values, we filter them to reduce discomfort. Fear makes us want to be certain, even when the world is anything but. But there's a powerful shift that happens when safety enters the picture. When people feel secure, emotionally, socially, even physically, the mind starts to unlock. It becomes possible to hear, to rethink, to grow. That's why creating safety isn't just kind, it's strategic. If we want open minds, we can't lead with fear. We have to start with trust, because fear may be loud, but trust is what helps people listen. And a listening mind is a mind that can change. It's not fear that keeps people obedient, it's hope. Fear might spark compliance, but it's short-lived. Hope builds roots. Think of a child trying to master something difficult. They don't keep going just because they're scared of disappointing someone. They keep going because someone believes they can. That belief becomes a mirror they start to see themselves in. This happens at every age, in schools, workplaces, even whole societies. People follow rules, stick to plans, strive for more, not just because they're told to, but because they believe something better might come of it. That belief gives meaning to the effort. It makes hard things feel purposeful instead of punishing. Psychologically, this taps into expectancy theory. People are more motivated to act when they expect their actions will lead to a valued outcome. It's not the rule itself that matters, but the sense that following it gets them somewhere worth going. Now imagine the reverse. When people lose hope, when rules feel like cages, when effort feels futile, obedience turns into apathy. People might still show up, but they've checked out. Because without hope, compliance is empty. It's just going through motions. That's why the most dangerous systems aren't the loudest or harshest. They're the ones that distort hope, that promise something better while quietly taking it away. But when hope is real, when it's nurtured, not manipulated, it doesn't just drive obedience, it drives growth, it fuels integrity. And it gives people a reason to follow, not because they must, but because they want to. Hope doesn't just lead, it lifts. And when people move with hope, they move with purpose. It doesn't always wear a uniform or wave a flag. Sometimes hate hides behind a joke, a whisper, a shrug, but the brain doesn't always know the difference. It hears the message, "They're not like us," and starts to believe it. Psychologically, hate primes the mind to divide the world into categories, us and them, right and wrong, human and not quite. It shuts down empathy, which is the bridge to understanding. When that bridge collapses, what's left is suspicion, contempt, fear, and fear, unchecked, turns into anger. We've seen this in classrooms where kids are bullied not for what they did, but for who they are. In workplaces where assumptions spread faster than truth. In neighbourhoods where difference becomes danger simply because someone said it often enough. Hate is persuasive, not because it's logical, but because it's emotional. It gives people a target for their frustration. A simple story for a complex world, but simplicity isn't clarity. It's a shortcut that skips over truth and sometimes leads straight to harm. The antidote starts earlier than most people think. It begins not with arguments, but with stories, exposure, curiosity, the willingness to look at someone and say, I want to understand. Because when people are humanized, they're harder to dehumanize. Hate doesn't need much to grow, just silence, just repetition. But connection, that needs courage, and courage changes everything. Comfort feels good until it doesn't. It starts with little things, skipping the workout just once, staying quiet when something doesn't sit right, settling for familiar even when it no longer fits. These moments don't look dangerous. They look like self-care, patience, practicality, but stack enough of them, and comfort stops being comfort. It becomes constraint. Psychologically, this connects to something called the status quo bias, our brain's tendency to prefer what's known, even when it's not serving us. We convince ourselves the current routine is fine, that the job is stable, the relationship manageable, the dream too risky to chase. And slowly, the edges of our potential shrink to fit the shape of our habits. Let's take a simple example. Someone wants to switch careers. They think about it constantly, but stay put. The current job is draining, yes, but the pay is steady, and the steps to leave feel overwhelming. So they wait until waiting becomes the new habit. Not choosing becomes the choice. This isn't about shaming caution. There are times when holding still is wise, but if comfort is the only reason we're staying, it's worth asking, is this a cushion or is it a cage? Growth rarely happens in the cozy middle. It comes from the stretch, from trying, risking, stumbling, learning. Comfort isn't the enemy, but when it becomes the goal, it quietly limits the life we're meant to build. So check in with your comforts. Some restore you, some restrain you. Know which is which. Because the real danger isn't discomfort. It's getting too comfortable with less than what you're capable of. We like to believe good is always good, that helping others, being kind, sacrificing for the greater good, these things always point toward the light. But the truth is, even goodness can be weaponized, not just by others, but sometimes by ourselves. It shows up when people stay in toxic relationships because they don't want to give up on someone. Or when someone burns out from overwork because they think they're being a team player. It sounds noble. It feels selfless. But when being good means silencing your boundaries, your needs, or your instincts, it can quietly become something else. Psychologically, this taps into something known as moral licensing, the idea that doing something good can give us permission, consciously or not, to let other things slide. You helped a friend move all weekend, so now you ignore your own need for rest. You volunteered extra hours, so you can't say no to the next request. The more you do, the harder it gets to draw the line, because good people don't say no, right? But goodness without discernment isn't always kind, not to others and not to yourself. Being good doesn't mean being endlessly available. It doesn't mean setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. Real integrity involves clarity. It's knowing that saying no doesn't make you selfish. That sometimes the most generous act is protecting your energy, your truth, your sanity. Because when goodness turns into self-erasure, it's not goodness anymore. It's a myth that hides something deeper, something dangerous. Justice doesn't always feel like a win. Sometimes it feels like punishment, like loss, like a silence where you expected applause. That's because justice, real justice, isn't built to soothe us. It's built to correct something broken. And that can be uncomfortable, especially when we're on the side that benefited from the imbalance. Take a moment when someone gets called out for something they've done wrong. Maybe it's not you, but it's someone close. The first instinct is often to defend, to explain, to say, but they didn't mean it, or it wasn't that bad. And that's natural. Empathy kicks in for the person, not always for the harm. But justice asks something harder. It asks us to look at outcomes, not just intentions. It asks us to sit with the fact that fairness doesn't always feel fair, especially if the old system quietly worked in our favour. Psychologically, this discomfort is a form of cognitive dissonance, a tension between how we see ourselves and what reality is asking us to accept. And when truth feels heavy, some people call it cruelty. But that weight? That's what honesty feels like when it finally lands. Justice isn't vengeance, it's restoration. And it rarely arrives with a bow or a perfect ending. Often it starts with discomfort, grows through accountability, and settles only when people feel safe enough to breathe again. So when justice feels cruel, it may not be failing, it may be working. It may be stretching us towards something more equal, more true. And the feeling that hurts, that's the cost of waking up. Sometimes control doesn't wear a scowl. It smiles, brings you coffee, and says it just wants what's best for you. It shows up as overhelping, excessive concern, or generosity that always comes with strings attached. And because it feels warm, it can take a long time to realise this isn't kindness, it's control in disguise. This form of control is tricky because it hides behind good intentions. But if the gesture leaves you feeling small, obligated, or subtly manipulated, it isn't love, it's leverage. True kindness doesn't need a return. It doesn't keep score or shape your choices to match someone else's comfort. Take a familiar example. A parent says, "I only want what's best for you," but pressures their child into a career they never wanted. Or a partner who buys gifts and then expects decisions to go their way. It's generosity on the surface, but underneath, it's about steering the outcome. Psychologically, this reflects a need for predictability and control masked by care. And it can distort relationships, especially when we're taught not to question someone being nice. But questioning doesn't mean being ungrateful. It means recognizing the difference between care that empowers you and care that corners you. Real kindness feels freeing. It supports your growth, not your obedience. It listens without directing, gives without expecting. The more we can spot the difference, the more space we create for honesty, autonomy, and relationships built on trust, not control. It's strange, isn't it? How the people we love the most can also hurt us the deepest. This isn't weakness, it's proximity. Love shortens the emotional distance. It invites someone past our defences, into the places we usually keep guarded. And that access, beautiful as it is, means any misstep, any silence, any word said sharply, lands harder. Psychologically, this is tied to something called attachment vulnerability. The closer the bond, the more our sense of safety gets intertwined with another person's behaviour. We start to interpret their tone, their timing, their choices not just as actions, but as signals. Are we secure? Are we still wanted? It's why a delayed text from a stranger feels like nothing, but one from someone we love can spiral into self-doubt. Why a small argument with a friend might sting more than harsh words from a critic. The pain isn't just from what was said or done, it's from what we fear it might mean. But this pain also tells us something profound. It's evidence that we've let someone matter, that our walls are lower and our heart is involved. And while that makes us more vulnerable, it also makes joy more real, comfort more healing, and connection more powerful. Love doesn't hurt because it's flawed. It hurts because it's real. And being real means being open, not just to happiness, but to the possibility of pain. That's not a flaw in love. It's the cost of something that truly matters. Sacrifice is one of those words that sounds noble in theory. Give something up, push through, pay the price for something bigger. And sometimes, yes, that kind of selflessness does change lives. But there's a line, quiet and blurry, between healthy sacrifice and martyrdom. Martyrdom looks like saying yes when you're exhausted, doing extra because no one else will, setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. It's driven by something deeper than just kindness, often a need to feel needed, or a belief that worth comes from struggle. And society loves this narrative, the hero who never sleeps, the parent who gives up everything, the leader who never breaks. But psychologically, this mindset can trap people in patterns that aren't sustainable. Research shows that when people overextend themselves without boundaries, they don't just burn out, they begin to feel resentful, invisible, even replaceable. Because no matter how much they give, it never feels like enough. Here's the reframe. Real contribution doesn't come from depletion. It comes from clarity, knowing your limits, valuing your own well-being as much as anyone else's. That's not selfish. It's strategic. It means you can show up fully, consistently, and with more to give over time. So if you find yourself always sacrificing, ask, is this really helping? Or is it a quiet plea to be seen, valued enough? You don't have to be a martyr to make a difference. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can offer isn't your suffering, it's your presence, your energy, your joy, unburnt. Mercy often feels like handing over power, as if showing compassion means admitting defeat. Yet, when we pause to see mercy not as softness, but as intentional strength, everything shifts. It's not about letting someone off the hook, as if their actions don't matter. It's about choosing a different kind of resolve. Picture a manager who discovers a mistake that cost weeks of work. Instead of calling for punishment, they invite the person to explain what happened and offer guidance to prevent it next time. In that moment, mercy becomes a tool for growth rather than a sign of weakness. Psychologically, this works because mercy disarms defensiveness and opens a door to collaboration. When we feel seen and spared from harsh judgment, our natural response is gratitude and a desire to make amends. That reciprocity builds trust faster than any reprimand ever could. Across history, leaders who wielded mercy wisely ended up commanding more loyalty than those who ruled by fear. Mercy isn't about ignoring consequences. It's about pairing accountability with empathy, transforming punishment into a path for learning. By reframing mercy as a deliberate strategy, we see it as an investment in human potential rather than a concession. When you choose mercy, you're not surrendering your authority, you're reinforcing it with compassion. And in a world where suspicion and retribution often dominate, mercy stands out as a bold act of courage that strengthens bonds and inspires lasting change. Sometimes when you notice someone's pain stirring in your chest, you hold back. Compassion feels dangerous. You worry it will overwhelm you, that opening your heart will leave you vulnerable or powerless. Yet beneath that hesitation lies a myth, that caring exposes weakness. In truth, compassion is a bridge, not a trap. Western culture often casts empathy as a luxury or a liability, something we afford only when we have enough distance or resources. But research shows that compassionate action actually strengthens resilience. Psychologically, compassion activates the brain's social reward circuitry, releasing oxytocin and fostering a sense of connection that lifts mood and builds trust. When you reach out, you don't drain yourself. You renew your own sense of meaning and purpose. Imagine seeing a stranger shivering in the cold. You might look away, convinced that stopping will cost you too much time or emotional energy. But even a small gesture, a shared blanket, a kind word, shifts your brain out of isolation and into empathy. It reminds you that we are all part of the same story. That moment of connection ripples outward, making both of you feel seen and safe. Compassion feels risky because it asks you to acknowledge suffering, both theirs and your own. Yet by leaning in rather than recoiling, you rewrite the narrative. Vulnerability becomes strength, and fear transforms into courage. When you embrace compassion, you uncover the truth about the world, that our greatest power lies not in avoiding pain, but in facing it together. Imagine telling someone exactly what you think, every time, believing that raw truth will bring you closer. Honesty hurts. Trust explores how our well-intentioned candor can backfire. We often assume that blunt honesty is the fastest path to genuine connection. But when feedback lands like a blow, it triggers defensiveness, damages self-worth, and pushes people away. This isn't about lying. It's about choosing when and how to share our truths. Take a co-worker who explains a project flaw with surgical precision, listing every mistake in one breath. Though facts are accurate, the tone feels cold, and your colleague walks away discouraged, not empowered. Psychologically, this happens because our brains react strongly to negative information. We focus on the one harsh critique more than the 5 positive points. As a result, what was meant to help becomes a wedge. The key lies in balancing honesty with empathy. Before speaking, pause and consider how someone will interpret your words. Acknowledging strengths first softens impact, creating emotional safety. Pair truth with context and offer specific guidance that respects feelings. This approach taps into what psychologists call emotional scaffolding, where supportive framing helps people absorb criticism and retain trust. Ultimately, trust grows not from unfiltered bluntness, but from honesty delivered with care. When we share truth thoughtfully, we invite collaboration instead of resistance. Honesty hurts. Trust is not a call to conceal reality. It's an invitation to speak our truth in ways that heal relationships and strengthen bonds. Imagine a public figure preaching about fairness while quietly cutting corners behind closed doors. Ethics mask. Selfishness is the idea that appealing moral language can hide self-serving motives. At its core, this happens because we humans are drawn to virtue signals, a psychological shortcut that boosts our reputation without demanding real sacrifice. When someone frames an agenda as the right thing, you stop asking whether it benefits them more. Take corporate social campaigns. Calling a product eco-friendly can steer consumers toward higher margins under the guise of saving the planet. Psychologically, this relies on moral licensing. Once you think you are on the side of virtue, you feel free to ignore deeper questions. Or consider a friend who invokes loyalty to avoid helping you move. By wrapping a selfish preference in the language of principle, they make it harder to challenge their choice. Psychological research shows that moral framing taps into social identity. We align with causes that reflect our self-image, even when that image is being exploited. Spotting ethical masking means listening for inconsistencies, Do the actions match the proclamations? Genuine ethics demands transparency and cost. Anything else is a performance. Recognizing when ethics are used as a mask helps you see beyond the surface. It invites you to ask who truly pays the price. Because real virtue is not a slogan or a signal. It is what you are willing to give, not just what you are willing to say. You might think that checking every box on your moral to-do list makes you above reproach. But sometimes the very act of proving our goodness becomes a shield against self-reflection. When we signal our virtue, bragging about volunteering or virtue posting on social media, we risk slipping into moral licensing, a psychological trap where one good deed justifies complacency or judgment toward others. Imagine a colleague who proudly declares they bike to work every day and rebukes anyone who drives. On its face, their eco-commitment seems admirable. Yet, behind the scenes, they dismiss others as lazy or uncaring, closing off any chance to learn from different perspectives. Psychologically, moral licensing kicks in. That single virtuous act grants them unconscious permission to look down or ignore their own flaws. This pattern shows up everywhere, from politics to parenting, where virtue becomes a weapon rather than a bridge. But reframing this mindset changes everything. Instead of leaning on past good deeds, what if we treated every choice as an opportunity for genuine growth? Recognizing that healthy humility coexists with high standards invites curiosity rather than condemnation. When we admit that our best intentions can still fall short, we open the door to honest dialogue and real improvement. True virtue isn't a final destination or a badge to display. It's a continuous practice of kindness, self-questioning and empathy. And in that practice lies the truest measure of our character. Most of us imagine moral purity as a compass guiding us toward a better world. But when purity becomes a weapon, that compass shatters into jagged pieces. We start drawing lines that say, if you aren't perfectly aligned, you're the enemy. That mindset comes from black and white thinking, where the desire to belong to a good tribe turns into an urge to expel anyone deemed impure. Imagine a conversation where someone hesitates to admit a small mistake, only to be met with shaming and dismissal. Suddenly, the goal isn't understanding, it's proving who's morally superior. Psychologically, this stems from moral licensing and in-group bias. When we feel righteous, we grant ourselves permission to judge, punish, and isolate others. Instead of opening space for growth, we erect walls that cut us off from fresh ideas and genuine connection. In real life, you might see this on social media, where a single misstep sparks a digital firing squad. But if we pause before unleashing moral outrage, we can ask, what's really at stake here? When we shift from purging impure voices to listening for why they think differently, we replace polarization with curiosity. That change in approach doesn't dilute our values. It strengthens them by grounding them in empathy rather than fear. True moral courage isn't about labeling others. It's about holding convictions lightly enough to learn and generously enough to forgive. Purity, untempered by compassion, becomes our own trap. But wielded with care, it can guide us toward bridges, not battlefields. On a rainy evening, you might find a stranger pressing a hot bowl of soup into your hands, no strings attached. We've all felt that flicker of surprise, as if kindness always comes with a price. But in reality, charity doesn't demand debt. The belief that every gift must be repaid is a myth rooted in our deep-seated sense of reciprocity. Psychologically, humans are wired to balance social exchanges, and when someone offers help, our instinct is to offer something in return. Yet true acts of giving break that pattern. They come as unconditional gestures that build genuine connection instead of obligation. Imagine a community garden where volunteers share seedlings freely. You take a packet of seeds without calculating how to return the favour. Later, you find yourself tending another plot, not because you owe anyone, but because you feel part of something larger. That shift from transactional to relational sparks cooperation and trust. Research shows that when aid is given without expectation, it reduces stress and opens people up to new opportunities. It conveys a powerful message: you matter simply as you are. This isn't about free handouts or charity that excuses systemic issues. It's about small acts that acknowledge our shared humanity. When we let go of the idea that kindness must be repaid, we cultivate a culture where generosity flows freely. In that space, compassion becomes its own reward. And sometimes the greatest gift of all is the freedom to accept help without ever owing a thing. That moment when you decide to forgive someone and your heart clenches, thinking you've betrayed yourself, that tension is more common than you'd guess. You might worry that by forgiving, you're letting the other person off the hook or dismissing the pain you felt. It feels like betrayal because you fear you're siding with the wrongdoer instead of protecting your own trust. But forgiveness isn't about condoning what happened. It's about choosing how you carry your story. It's a personal strategy, not a pardon for their actions. Think of it as reclaiming your power rather than handing it over. Psychologically, forgiveness taps into your self-compassion and sense of autonomy. When you release the grip of resentment, you're not saying the hurt didn't matter. You're telling yourself that you matter more. Imagine you tell a friend, "I forgive you," and inside you hear, "Am I letting you off too easily?" You might picture yourself waving a white flag and inviting more betrayal. Instead, see forgiveness as drawing a clear line. This is where your actions end and my healing begins. It's not forgetting the wrong or excusing it. It's refusing to let bitterness shape the rest of your life. Research shows that people who practice forgiveness experience lower stress, better relationships, and greater emotional resilience. Letting go of anger frees up mental space for joy and connection. Forgiveness doesn't erase the past, it transforms it into a source of strength. By forgiving, you aren't betraying yourself, you're honouring your own journey toward peace. They say loyalty is everything. You stand by someone no matter what. You defend their choices, excuse their missteps, even when your gut whispers doubt. That fierce devotion feels noble, but it can also be a hidden prison. Blind loyalty masks chains. What starts as a bond of trust can become a rule you follow without question. Psychologically, we call this in-group bias, when we protect our circle so fiercely that we lose sight of what's right. Imagine a friend who always covers for a partner's bad behaviour. You chalk it up to love and loyalty until one day you realise you've been silencing your own concerns. In everyday life, this shows up when employees ignore unethical practices because they don't want to betray the company that took care of them, or when family pressures hold someone back from leaving an unhealthy situation. Loyalty in these cases isn't setting you free. It's tightening the grip of obligation. But loyalty doesn't have to mean blind obedience. It can be a conscious choice rooted in shared values, not in fear of breaking an unspoken rule. When you pause to ask why you stay, you turn loyalty into something active and alive. You decide based on respect, not habit. That shift takes courage because it means facing the possibility of disappointing someone you care about. Yet, a loyalty born of choice rather than compulsion creates healthier relationships. It honours both the bond and your own integrity. True loyalty frees you. It doesn't chain you. Imagine standing before a table piled with more choices than you can count. At first, it feels exhilarating to be free, but soon the weight of deciding what to pick crushes any spark of joy. That's the paradox of freedom. Too much of it can trap us in endless hesitation. Psychologically, our minds are wired to handle a handful of meaningful options. When we face dozens of possibilities, decision fatigue sets in and anxiety blooms. Research shows that after making many small choices, our willpower and clarity drain away and we become prone to regret and second-guessing. Think of scrolling through hundreds of channels or options for a simple evening activity. You start excited. Minutes later, you find yourself worn out and annoyed by the very freedom you craved. Or imagine someone launching a career path, overwhelmed by limitless paths and fearing every misstep. That sense of boundless liberty becomes its own cage. Freedom isn't about removing every boundary. It's about choosing the right ones. When we intentionally set constraints, like limiting choices to those aligned with our values, we free our minds to focus, create, and feel content. Purposeful limits guide decisions instead of paralyzing them. Real liberation happens when we embrace thoughtful boundaries and let them steer us toward what matters. In that space, freedom doesn't shackle us. It sets us truly free. Most of us picture honesty as a shining light, but sometimes that glare can scorch rather than illuminate. Imagine telling a close friend exactly what you think of their new idea, without softening the edges and watching their confidence crumble. We tell ourselves that truth always uplifts, yet psychology shows that when information arrives too soon or too sharply, it triggers defensiveness and shuts down dialogue. In our rush to be candid, we can accidentally erode trust or deepen wounds. The myth that truth is always harmless overlooks how human brains crave safety before facts. Research in emotional regulation tells us that when people feel judged or exposed, they enter fight or flight, blocking any chance to absorb feedback. Instead of blunt disclosure, a wiser approach is to build empathy first. Frame observations with genuine curiosity. I'm noticing something and want to understand your perspective. That simple shift creates space for openness. Then share insights gently, focusing on how it serves the other person's growth rather than proving a point. This isn't about sugarcoating or lying. It's about timing and intent. Truth delivered without compassion can be like medicine administered without a drink of water. Effective but painful. When we pause to align honesty with empathy, the same truth that once threatened can become fuel for learning, connection, and real change. In the end, truth isn't inherently harmless or harmful. It's how and when we share it that determines the impact. There's a knot in your stomach the moment you consider letting someone see behind your mask. You worry that opening up means handing them the power to let you down. But trust isn't a blind leap off a cliff. It's a bridge built one plank at a time. Psychologically, we're wired to protect ourselves. Our brains flag vulnerability as danger, so trusting feels risky by design. Imagine you're at work and a colleague admits they don't have all the answers on a project. Your instinct might be to stay quiet, guarding your own reputation. What if instead you admit you've hit a snag too? That moment of shared uncertainty doesn't expose weakness, it plants a seed of partnership. Research shows that small disclosures trigger reciprocity, making others more likely to open up in return. Trust grows in the everyday moments. Offering to grab coffee when someone seems overwhelmed, admitting when you're wrong, or asking for feedback instead of assuming you're flawless. Each of these acts is like laying down another plank on that bridge, strengthening the connection bit by bit. Neuroscience tells us that these interactions release oxytocin, the bonding hormone which calms our threat response and deepens our sense of safety. It's not about blind faith in someone else's perfection, but about choosing to be human together. When you reframe trust as a gradual two-way path, rather than a single daring act, the risk transforms into possibility. Trust feels risky because it asks us to expose our edges. Yet that very exposure is the door to genuine connection, shared growth, and the kind of support that turns strangers into allies. When guilt shows up as more than a quiet reminder, it can feel like a silent weapon. You might notice it in a friend's words that always leave you apologizing, or in a conversation where you're blamed for choices you didn't make. Guilt, at its best, helps us learn and grow. But when it's wielded against you, it shifts from guide to tactic. Psychologically, weaponized guilt taps into our drive for fairness and belonging. When someone presses your conscience, your mind races to make amends, even if you're not at fault. That pressure can erode trust and shrink your sense of self. Imagine a partner who reminds you of every small mistake, not to help you improve, but to control your actions. Their subtle blame creates a loop where you feel responsible for their feelings, and gradually you give up pieces of your freedom. Or think of a parent whose praise comes only after you meet impossible standards, so you live in a constant fear of disappointing them. In both cases, guilt no longer points toward change. It enforces compliance. Real change happens when guilt serves insight rather than punishment. You can acknowledge regret for genuine missteps and then set clear boundaries when blame goes too far. By naming the pattern, "I appreciate your honesty, but I'm not responsible for how you feel," you reclaim your agency. In healthy relationships, guilt invites conversation, not compliance. It encourages growth, not control. Guilt should shine a light on our own choices, not cast a shadow over us. When you refuse to let guilt become a weapon, you open the door to honesty, respect, and real connection. There's a quiet pressure that shapes many of our choices, the sting of shame. We've all felt it, that sinking feeling when we fall short of an unspoken standard, and suddenly our shoulders tighten, our voice falters. Psychologically, shame isn't just an emotion. It's a social alarm that signals we've jeopardized belonging, and it drives us to obey rules or expectations without question. Imagine a child who's told they're bad for spilling juice. They learn to hide mistakes instead of learning from them. Or think of a team meeting where pointing out a misstep invites harsh judgment. People become silent. Compliance trumps creativity. And mistakes are buried instead of solved. Shame hijacks curiosity and replaces it with fear. But what if we treated errors not as moral failures, but as opportunities to grow? Research shows that when we replace shame with accountability, focusing on actions rather than identity, people feel safer to speak up, innovate, and take risks. We still hold each other responsible, but we do it with compassion, inviting honest conversations instead of punishing silence. Instead of saying, "You should be ashamed," we might say, "I know this didn't go as planned. Let's figure out what happened." This simple shift reframes missteps as shared challenges, not character flaws. When shame no longer rules the room, obedience becomes choice, and curiosity flourishes. True collaboration thrives not on fear of judgment, but on the freedom to learn, adapt, and support one another. Imagine rising before dawn to tackle your to-do list, only to realize you've tuned out the quiet voice urging you towards something else. We're taught that duty is noble, a compass guiding every choice, but unexamined duty can dim our inner spark. When you focus solely on obligations, you risk losing touch with what truly moves you. Duty often feels like a hero's shield, protecting us from criticism and chaos. Yet that same shield can trap us behind a wall of expectation. Picture someone who follows a prescribed career path because it makes sense, while a creative calling lies dormant. Over time, that mismatch breeds restlessness and regret. Psychologically, this tension ties into self-determination theory. When our actions feel controlled rather than chosen, intrinsic motivation falters and well-being suffers. It's not about abandoning duty, but about listening to desire. By weaving moments of genuine interest into your routine, whether sketching before emails, humming a favourite tune between meetings, or carving out a few mornings for exploration, you reconnect with what matters. Those small acts don't undermine responsibility. They infuse it with purpose. When duty and desire converse, they transform one another. Desire keeps duty honest, ensuring tasks reflect your values. Duty offers structure, giving wings to desire without letting it drift into chaos. Embracing both shifts the dynamic from suppression to synergy. In the end, the most rewarding life isn't one dictated solely by obligation or impulse, but one where duty honors desire and desire illuminates duty's path. Confidence can feel like armor, but sometimes that armor hides cracks you'd rather ignore. That's pride masking fear. We all present a strong front, convinced our certainty proves we have it all figured out. Yet, beneath the bravado, often lies the anxiety we're not good enough, smart enough, or experienced enough. Imagine a team meeting where you shoot down feedback before it lands, insisting your approach is flawless. On the surface, it looks like conviction. Psychologically, it's a defense mechanism. Pride protects the ego from the sting of uncertainty, the doubt that whispers we might fail. Cognitive science shows our brains resist opinions that threaten our self-image. So instead of admitting vulnerability, we elevate ourselves above critique. This mindset can stunt growth and block connection. When you label every suggestion as unnecessary, you miss chances to learn. Fear draped in pride says, "I can't risk looking weak." And wounding as it sounds, that fear is human. It taps into our need for belonging and competence. In behavioral psychology, this is about self-esteem regulation, keeping our inner critic at bay by projecting unwavering confidence. The solution isn't abandoning pride altogether, but noticing when it stands between you and real dialogue. Next time you feel defensive, pause. Acknowledge the fear whispering that you might fall short. Then invite curiosity. Ask, "What can I learn here?" That small act transforms pride from barrier into bridge. True growth happens when we step beyond the shield. Fear may fuel pride, but awareness can dissolve both. In that space, genuine confidence can emerge, one built on openness, not on masks. You've sat across from someone who's pouring out their troubles and felt your own chest tighten as you try to hold it all. Empathy is the glue that binds us, but treated like an endless reservoir, it can pull you under. When you absorb every worry without pause, compassion shifts from connection to burden. Empathy becomes heavy when you think feeling everything is the same as fixing everything. In reality, sustainable empathy means holding space without losing yourself. Imagine a friend spiraling into despair, and you stay up night after night listening. You mean to help, but your own energy frays, decisions slow and creativity dims. Psychologists call this compassion fatigue, a kind of emotional exhaustion that emerges when caring becomes ceaseless. It's not a failure of heart, it's a warning signal that your own well-being matters. Instead of drowning in another's pain, you learn to anchor yourself first. That means setting gentle boundaries, like a pause before you offer advice, or choosing when to step back and recharge. Psychologically, those pauses reset your emotional capacity and maintain clarity. A balanced approach lets you remain fully present when it counts, without trading your resilience. It's not about shutting off your caring. It's about caring wisely. When you protect your heart, you deepen your capacity to truly listen, understand, and support. Empathy thrives not in constant overwhelm, but in moments of mindful presence. By giving yourself permission to breathe, you stay connected, clear, and compassionate over the long haul. The idea of laws as a form of tyranny feels familiar. You've probably bristled at a rule that seemed to limit your freedom, or questioned why everyone had to follow the same checklist. But what if law is less about control and more about creating a shared framework that protects us all? Think about a simple stop sign at a busy intersection. At first, it feels like an annoyance, forcing you to pause when you'd rather keep moving. Yet that momentary interruption prevents accidents, gives pedestrians room to cross, and builds trust in the system we all rely on. It isn't about taking away your choice. It's about ensuring that when you choose to drive, you know what to expect from everyone else. Psychologically, this taps into procedural justice. When people perceive rules as fair and applied evenly, they're more likely to accept them and feel agency rather than resentment. The same holds true for workplace guidelines or community standards. When policies align with shared values and offer transparency, they feel like scaffolding rather than shackles. Conversely, when law slips into secrecy or uneven enforcement, it breeds suspicion and that familiar sense of tyranny. Shifting our perspective from law against me to law for us reframes these rules as part of a collective agreement. In that light, the structures meant to restrain actually free us, giving space to live with confidence, predictability, and the quiet assurance that comes from knowing we're all playing by the same rules. Most of us reach for blame the moment things go wrong. It feels quick, almost satisfying, to point at someone else and shrug off responsibility. But blaming others is like putting up a wall between you and real understanding. When you say, "You messed this up," you're saying, "I don't have to look at my own part," and it keeps you stuck in the same arguments. Imagine a project at work missed its deadline. It's easy to fire off an email listing who failed to hit their target. Instead, what if you started by saying, "I realize I didn't give clear milestones, and that probably didn't help the team stay on track." That simple shift taps into a principle called reciprocity. When you take ownership of even a small piece, others feel less defensive and more willing to examine their own roles. Psychologically, blame lights up the fight or flight response. It triggers stress, shuts down creativity, and erodes trust. But when you own your slice of the problem, you invite collaboration. It says, I want to figure this out together, rather than, I just want to win this fight. Over time, that builds an environment where people solve problems instead of shifting them. Blame might feel easier in the moment, but it's a shortcut that leads to the same dead ends. Choosing accountability opens doors to solutions you couldn't see before. It's not about taking all the fault, it's about being honest with yourself and extending that honesty to others. Blame feels easier, but owning your part feels stronger. Imagine stepping into an aisle stacked floor to ceiling with dozens of cereal boxes and feeling your heart race instead of calm. You might think unlimited choice equals freedom, but in reality it often breeds chaos. We're drawn to options, believing more is better, yet our brains crave simplicity. Psychologists call this decision overload. When every option feels equally tempting, your mind tires, your willpower wanes, and you end up settling or second-guessing yourself endlessly. In everyday life, it shows up in surprising ways. You scroll through endless streaming menus, searching for just the right show, only to abandon the effort and watch reruns of something familiar. Or you linger in the supermarket aisle, torn between organic granola and gluten-free oats, and leave hungry. Psychologically, this overload triggers decision fatigue, making each choice cost more mental energy than the last. Small decisions pile up into big stress. It's not that choice itself is bad, it's how we handle it. Instead of hoping for every possible option, try narrowing your focus. Pick a handful of trusted brands or create your own short list of go-to films. Limit the variety you consider. Not fewer options means less freedom. It means more clarity and peace of mind. By reframing choice as a tool rather than a challenge, you reclaim control. You trade chaos for confidence. When you decide in advance what matters most, you remove the noise and free your mind to enjoy what you choose. In a world drowning in possibilities, simplicity becomes the truest path to satisfaction. A tiny denial can echo louder than a shout, planting a seed of doubt in your mind. Gaslighting isn't a dramatic accusation or a blunt insult. Most of us expect manipulation to be overt, but it disguises itself as a pattern of small shifts that make you question your own reality. One moment you're confident about what you saw or heard, the next you wonder if you misremembered. It isn't about big lies, but about tiny nudges. I never said that, or you're overreacting. Those subtle reframes tap into our brain's need for consistency, slowly eroding trust in our own perceptions. Psychologically, this ties into the illusory truth effect, where repeated suggestions feel more believable than the original memory, especially when they come from someone you care about. Imagine a friend insisting they never agreed to meet, or a partner casually dismissing your feelings as dramatic. Each denial feels small, but over time they accumulate into a weight that makes you doubt yourself. Recognizing these patterns isn't easy, because gaslighting feels subtle by design. It relies on familiar voices and quiet moments more than on grand displays. Yet, shining a light on those tiny shifts brings clarity. Naming the experience gives you back control and restores confidence in your own mind. It takes courage to call out gentle distortions, but each time you do, you reclaim a piece of truth that no one can take away. Gaslighting may whisper its doubts, but your voice can be louder. When you walk into a shop and see a dress marked at £150, every other price feels steep or a bargain by comparison. That initial figure isn't just a label. It's an anchor that pulls your judgment toward its orbit. Anchoring alters judgment. It's a subtle power of the mind, a cognitive bias where we latch onto the first piece of information and then adjust too little from that starting point. Imagine you're negotiating a rent increase. Your landlord mentions £100 more a month before you've even begun. Suddenly, £20 seems like a miracle discount. Or picture an online auction where the listing shows a $2,000 suggested price. Each bid feels either thrillingly low or worryingly high against that backdrop. In both cases, an arbitrary number steers your sense of value. Psychologically, anchoring works because our brains lean on mental shortcuts when faced with uncertainty. That first number becomes a reference point, and shifting away from it requires more effort than most of us realize. We think we're logical, but we're nudged by what came first. Being aware of anchoring shifts the game. The next time an opening offer lands, pause. Ask for different benchmarks. Seek fresh comparisons and refuse to let the anchor set your limit. In reframing the first number as just one option among many, you reclaim your judgment and see the true value that lies beyond the anchor. Most of us believe we see the world as it is, but in reality, the way information is framed shapes how we think and feel. That's the framing effect, a concept from behavioral psychology showing that a single statistic can spark fear or hope, depending on its context. Think of a glass described as half full versus half empty. It's the same volume, but the phrase taps into optimism or pessimism without changing a drop. In everyday life, this bias hides in everything from advertising to news headlines. A 17% chance of rain sounds cautious, yet calling it an 83% chance of sunshine invites you to plan a picnic. Framing can even sway life and death decisions. Medical treatments touted as 90% survival feel comforting, while the same ones described as 10% mortality feel alarming. Psychologists Kahneman and Tversky first mapped this bias decades ago as part of their work on prospect theory. They showed that when we spot the frame, we reclaim control over our reactions. Next time a statistic or headline lands in front of you, pause to ask which story you're hearing. Are you being nudged toward dread or invited into hope? By noticing the frame, we learn to read between the lines. We begin to see the facts for what they are, not merely how they're packaged. And that subtle shift transforms not only what we believe, but how we navigate the world. When someone leans forward and repeats your phrase back, "This project feels overwhelming," they say, you instantly feel heard. That natural urge to echo someone else's words and posture isn't awkward. It's a strategy that builds trust. In psychology, this is called mirroring or reflective listening, and it taps into our brain's mirror neurons, wiring us to connect through similarity. Instead of rushing to reply or offering solutions, try mirroring first. Imagine a coworker tells you they're struggling with a tight deadline. Rather than jumping straight into advice, you might say, "It sounds like you're racing against the clock." That simple echo tells them you're really listening. It lowers defenses because it signals empathy. You're with them, not against them. Psychologically, mirroring triggers reciprocity. When you show you understand someone's feelings, they feel safe to open up more. Trust grows in that safe space. It works across contexts, from loved ones to teammates to new acquaintances. A partner who notices your calm tone and responds in kind helps you both stay grounded. A manager who mirrors an anxious employee's concern builds a stronger workplace bond. Mirroring isn't mimicry for its own sake. It's an invitation, a wordless way of saying, I see you, I get you. When we mirror authentically, we lay the foundation for genuine connection. That's how everyday conversations become bridges of trust. Imagine stepping into a kitchen that smells like fresh baked bread, only to find yourself craving toast a few minutes later. That nudge isn't luck. It's your brain working behind the scenes, a sneak preview shaping every choice. Priming steers choices. It's the subtle power of suggestion at work before you even realize it. Priming is rooted in how memory and attention function. Subtle hints, like a word, an image, or a scent, activate related ideas deep in your mind. Psychologists call this implicit priming. Research shows that people exposed to words about kindness behave more generously, and those reminded of calm scenes feel more at ease. These cues prime your brain to follow an invisible script. Consider a bookstore. Soft lighting, comfortable chairs, a jazz melody in the background. You didn't plan to pick up a romance novel, but by the time you wander past the hardcover display, your mind is tuned to emotion and story. Suddenly, that glossy cover seems irresistible. Unknowingly, you followed the path that space was designed to guide you down. Psychologically, priming works because our brain conserves effort. Instead of scanning every possibility, it leans on recent cues. That makes decision-making faster, but also means we can be guided without knowing. It's not about tricking you. It reveals how malleable our preferences are. By recognizing priming, you regain control. You can shape your own environment with positive cues, steering your habits toward what truly matters. Next time you sense an unexpected pull, pause. Notice the nudge, because in a world full of hidden prompts, awareness is your best guide. A single unexpected email arrives on a stressful morning, praising your hard work. You feel a smile spread slowly across your face. Later, when that same colleague drops by with a stack of papers and asks if you can help them review, you find yourself saying yes without hesitation. This is reciprocity in action, the unwritten rule that when someone gives us something, we feel obliged to give back. It's rooted in our deep-seated need for fairness and social harmony. Psychologically, reciprocity activates our sense of indebtedness. Declining to reciprocate triggers discomfort, even guilt. Marketers and negotiators know this instinct well. Free samples in a grocery store aren't just tasty treats, they're invitations. That small gift nudges you toward a purchase because you want to balance the scales. In friendships and workplaces alike, a shared lunch or a helpful tip creates a subtle contract, favor for favor. But reciprocity isn't always a straightforward exchange. Sometimes the obligation outweighs the original gesture. A casual compliment can turn into a burdened expectation if you feel you must return the praise. Recognizing that dynamic means you can decide when to embrace gratitude and when to gently redirect an obligation. Next time you notice that warm impulse to repay a kindness, pause and observe. Reciprocity isn't just a social nicety. It's a powerful force that shapes our connections. By understanding its pull, we can use it to build genuine trust instead of unwittingly trading favors. Your pulse quickens when you spot that only a handful of tickets remain, or the timer flashing defines the last moment to claim a deal. That's scarcity in action, a powerful force nudging you to act now instead of later. Scarcity isn't just a clever marketing trick. It's a psychological lever rooted in our fear of missing out and loss aversion. It reframes value by making what's rare feel extraordinary and pushes us towards split-second decisions. Imagine scrolling through an email with a countdown clock telling you the sale ends in mere hours. Suddenly that ordinary product becomes irresistible. You can almost feel the thrill of securing something exclusive, and the thought of regret if you wait is enough to tip you into impulse. Psychologically, scarcity heightens perceived value by tapping into what behavioral scientists call the scarcity principle. When supply feels limited, our brain signals that this chance may never return, and urgency takes over. Yet urgency can cloud judgment. Decisions driven by perceived scarcity often bypass thoughtful consideration, leading to regret later. Recognizing this pattern gives you a choice. Before you rush in, take a breath and ask whether the urgency is genuine or just a ploy. If it aligns with your true priorities, that quick action can be empowering. If it's manufactured pressure, stepping back can protect you from needless haste. Scarcity breeds urgency, but awareness transforms urgency into intentional action. A moment of pause turns reflex into choice, letting you decide whether to seize the opportunity or save your energy for causes that truly deserve your attention. Picture yourself arriving at a new cafe with a line that snakes out the door. The longer the line, the more you want to join it. That instinct to follow the crowd is social proof at work. When we see others making a choice, we assume they know something we don't. It's a shortcut our brain uses to navigate uncertainty. Social proof persuades across everyday moments. You glance at glowing online reviews before buying a gadget. You choose the trendiest dish on a menu because everyone else is ordering it. Even in emergencies, if no one else rushes to help, we hesitate too. Psychologically, this taps into normative social influence and the bandwagon effect. We crave a sense of belonging and safety. Following the crowd feels secure, like an evolutionary hack that once kept our ancestors alive in unfamiliar situations. Yet, social proof can mislead us into herd behaviour. When every voice echoes the same opinion, we rarely stop to question the facts. Products can earn fake reviews. False consensus can distort public perception. In that noise, the truth becomes harder to hear. By understanding how social proof persuades, we reclaim our agency. Instead of drifting with the tide, pause and consider why the crowd is moving this way. Look for independent evidence. Trust your own judgment as much as you trust your neighbours. Crowd wisdom can guide us, but real insight emerges when we think for ourselves. Imagine scrolling through endless advice until you pause at the image of a crisp lab coat. Instantly, you feel safer, more willing to listen. That is the power of authority, an invisible signal our brains use to sort credibility. Authority isn't just letters after a name or a polished uniform. It's a cognitive shortcut deeply rooted in psychology. When we see a badge, a scholarly credential, or a respected title, our minds assume expertise. This trust impulse comes from what Robert Cialdini described as the principle of authority. Studies show people are more likely to follow suggestions from someone who appears to know more, whether it's a medical professional, a seasoned teacher, or a respected community leader. Consider a travel tip. A casual blogger's advice feels tentative, but a guidebook penned by a historian carries weight. It's not magic, but an evolved tendency. Our ancestors relied on elders and experts to navigate danger. Today, that instinct still helps us filter overwhelming information. Yet, authority sparks trust only when it's genuine. Credentials without integrity can mislead. A crisp suit doesn't replace deep knowledge. Pausing to check sources, asking simple questions and looking for consistent actions ensures that you're following real expertise, not just polished signals. Authority sparks trust, but informed trust requires more than a title. When you feel that instant surge of confidence at a badge or a certificate, pause and ask what lies beneath the surface. True authority doesn't demand blind faith. It invites informed confidence, grounded in real expertise. Scrolling through headlines, your heart might race as every alert warns of looming dangers. That rush isn't a glitch in your brain. Fear is a primal signal wired to nudge you into action. Fear drives action. It once saved our ancestors from predators, but today it floods our feeds with alarms that can blind us to deeper truths. When every click triggers alarm, we start to react before we reflect. Politicians and headlines often lean into fear because it demands our attention. Psychologically, the amygdala hijacks rational thought, making us fixate on worst-case scenarios. That same mechanism that kept us alive on the savannah now primes us for sensationalism and snap judgments. For example, a breaking story on an imminent crisis can send communities into panic. People share without pausing to verify. In that swirl of anxiety, nuance vanishes, yet fear also holds tremendous potential. When channeled thoughtfully, it can motivate real change. A neighbourhood unites to prepare for storms. Activists rally around climate risks. Individuals overcome personal hurdles. The key lies in how we respond to fear's signal. Rather than fleeing from discomfort or latching onto every alarm, we can pause, gather facts, and transform anxiety into purpose. We honour fear as a guide, not a tyrant. Fear may light the fuse of action, but wisdom steers where it leads. Recognizing how fear shapes our decisions helps us break free from myths and choose steps that build resilience, clarity, and genuine progress. Imagine stepping into a conversation where every compliment feels tailored only for you. That carefully chosen phrase about your creativity or insight slides past any hesitation, leaving you more open than before. This is flattery lowering defenses in action. Psychologically, hearing praise activates reward circuits in our brain and triggers a desire to reciprocate. When we feel admired, even subtle barriers come down, making us more receptive to ideas we might otherwise question. It taps into our need for social connection and belonging, turning a compliment into an invitation rather than a simple kindness. Imagine a colleague praising how deftly you handled a tense client call and then suggesting a new strategy. You feel recognized and nod without resistance, even though the advice might shift your approach. That moment reveals how flattery bypasses our critical filter, inviting agreement before we realize it. Research in social psychology calls this phenomenon reciprocity of liking. When someone compliments our strengths, we subconsciously seek ways to maintain that positive rapport. This dynamic creates an opening for ideas or requests that might have been met with suspicion under ordinary circumstances. Yet, flattery can be a double-edged sword. When praise feels inauthentic or exaggerated, our skepticism surges in response. We might smile politely, but internally our guard goes up and the attempt backfires. Authenticity is what makes genuine praise powerful. Genuine compliments can build trust and spark collaboration. But hollow flattery can quietly steer choices and opinions. Listening for sincerity in praise helps you stay grounded. Next time you feel flattered, pause and ask whether the words reflect real admiration or a hidden agenda. The ticking clock you dread might be your secret ally. When a deadline looms, it is easy to panic or freeze. Yet time pressure is not the enemy. It can sharpen focus, spark creativity, and drive action. Our brains thrive on urgency. Psychologists describe this as the Yerkes-Dodson law, showing that moderate arousal triggers our natural focus, narrowing distractions and mobilizing mental energy. When we have just 1 hour to solve a problem, we often discover innovative shortcuts we might never have considered with unlimited time. Think of writers racing to finish an article at the last minute, or teams in a hackathon sprinting to launch a working prototype before the buzzer sounds. Under a tight schedule, decisions flow faster and ideas emerge more vividly. This is not about reckless rushing, but about setting self-imposed boundaries. A short timer on a task, a focused session before lunch, or a brief sprint before an afternoon meeting. To harness this effect, break big projects into smaller time blocks. Choose a manageable span, maybe 20 minutes to draft an outline, or 30 minutes to refine a presentation. Use a simple clock or a timer app to signal your start and finish. Notice how the sense of urgency dissolves procrastination and keeps your energy alive. Time pressure without panic unlocks a sweet spot where creativity and efficiency meet. Embracing that countdown as a tool transforms stress into momentum. When we learn to dance with the clock, time pressure works in our favour. Imagine staring at a contract so dense you can't tell where the fees begin and the promises end. You click through pages of fine print, hoping to catch a promise, but the more you read, the less sense it makes. That fog isn't an accident. It's a strategy rooted in psychology. When we face too many options or too much information, our brains hit cognitive overload. Decision fatigue sets in. We surrender to the easiest choice to ease the tension. In politics, corporations, even tech products, confusion is deliberately woven into policies and interfaces to nudge you toward compliance without you even noticing. For example, consider subscription services that bury cancellation links behind a maze of menus. Instead of a straight path, you encounter endless pop-ups, ambiguous button labels, and re-prompts that ask, "Are you sure?" Psychologically, this taps into our aversion to mental effort and our instinct to avoid frustration. We give up, we stay subscribed. Control is more powerful when it feels like your own decision. Research in behavioral science shows that when our mental energy is drained, we default to heuristics, simple rules of thumb that often favour the status quo. It's not confusion for confusion's sake, but confusion to control. It shifts responsibility onto you while steering you toward a desired outcome. Clear communication is an act of empowerment. When you demand transparency, when you break down complex terms, you reclaim agency. Clarity isn't just a courtesy, it's a form of resistance. A clear mind is a free mind. Beneath the swirl of jargon and tangled explanations lies a curious pattern. At first glance, complexity can feel like depth. The denser the argument, the more convinced we become that it must be true. But this is the myth. Complexity often masks uncertainty, pulling a veil over gaps in our understanding. Psychologically, we assume that complicated language signals expertise, a bias that researchers call the illusion of explanatory depth. When we encounter elaborate charts or technical terms, we lower our skepticism, mistaking style for substance. Imagine a conversation between two experts. One speaks in long sentences sprinkled with specialized terms. The other distills the idea into plain speech. Oddly, our ears prick up for the jargon. We equate difficulty with credibility, even if the underlying message is the same. This is why pseudo-scientific claims thrive when wrapped in fancy rhetoric. But clarity can be more revealing than complexity. Science often advances through simple truths, the elegance of laws that explain countless phenomena. Embracing simplicity doesn't mean sacrificing nuance. It means stripping away the noise to see what remains. Next time you feel dazzled by complexity, pause and ask for the heart of the idea. In that space, you invite truth to step forward. True understanding isn't hidden in layers of prose. It lives in concepts we can grasp and hold. When we unmask complexity, we bring the truth into the light. You're in a crowded room, waiting for someone to speak. The air feels thick, and every second without words seems to stretch. That hush? It's not empty. It's a tool. Many people rush to fill silence with chatter, thinking that speaking more makes us look informed. But in truth, silence forces answers. It's a natural pressure that pushes hidden ideas out of the shadows. Imagine negotiating for a salary raise. You propose your terms and then pause. That quiet moment can feel awkward. Yet, it nudges your manager to break the tension and reveal their real budget. Silence becomes a lever for honest clarity. Or picture a journalist interviewing a source. Instead of jumping to the next question, the reporter holds the last one in the air. The source, uncomfortable with dead air, often elaborates, correcting themselves or offering richer details. Psychologically, our brain craves completion. Unfinished conversations trigger a need to explain, to justify, to connect dots. Research shows that well-timed pauses increase information disclosure and perceived credibility. Silence lowers defenses and boosts trust because it signals confidence, not uncertainty. To practice this, ask your question, then breathe. Maintain gentle eye contact. Resist the urge to rescue the moment with words. Let the pause settle. Over time, you'll notice people filling the gaps with truths they might not otherwise share. Silence isn't a void to avoid. It's a spotlight that illuminates what's really there. In a world full of noise, the quiet moments often carry the deepest revelations. Your morning routine begins with the hum of traffic outside your window, a neighbour's laughter drifting through the wall, the gentle buzz of your coffee machine. It's easy to assume these sounds are robbing you of concentration, but the story isn't so simple. We've been told that absolute silence is the only path to deep focus. Psychologically, this myth overlooks how our brain processes sensory input. Unpredictable noises trigger the orienting response, yanking attention away at every unexpected beep or clatter. Yet, steady ambient sounds can actually anchor your mind. Imagine swapping those erratic interruptions for a consistent soundscape, rainfall, white noise, or instrumental melodies without lyrics. Studies show that moderate background noise can boost creative problem solving and sustain attention by keeping arousal at an ideal level. This isn't about cranking the volume. It's about curating the right auditory backdrop. Noise becomes a friend when it masks disruptive spikes and aligns with the rhythm of your task. Whether you're drafting a report or sketching a design, a controlled hum of sound can open space for ideas rather than closing it. Noise doesn't have to be a thief of concentration. It can frame your focus, carving out a zone of productivity even amidst the world's soundtrack. Next time you dread the din, choose your noise intentionally so that instead of distracting you, it directs your attention where you need it most. Words travel swiftly, but promises linger. In daily chatter, you might casually assure a friend you'll catch up soon or vow to tackle a task next week, only to watch that commitment evaporate. Yet, beneath these everyday assurances lies a potent psychological spark. A promise isn't an empty ritual. It's a silent pact that shapes behaviour, binds communities, and fuels personal growth. Imagine this. You tell a partner you'll call after work. Moments tick by, and when you do follow through, trust deepens. A simple phone call becomes proof that commitments matter. Researchers call this the consistency effect. Once we stake our honour on a future act, our minds drive us to align actions with words, reducing inner conflict. Promises also act as self-made compasses. By pledging to write each morning or to practice a skill until mastery, you create a pre-committed pathway. Behavioural studies show that such commitment devices boost performance by turning vague goals into concrete obligations. That shift in framing nudges you forward on days when motivation wanes. At a community level, promises underpin everything from friendships to civic duties. When leaders honour pledges, collective trust flourishes. When groups hold each other accountable, cooperation blossoms. Conversely, broken vows sow doubt and erode connections. Treat your promises with intention. Speak only what you plan to uphold. In doing so, you wield an instrument of change. A promise held is power unleashed, guiding your choices, reinforcing your integrity, and reminding everyone that words once spoken can shape worlds. Every time you see a new warning flashing across your screen, your heart skips a beat. That reaction isn't just neurosis, it's the brain's ancient alarm system. From an evolutionary standpoint, detecting threats quickly kept our ancestors alive. But in today's world, that system sometimes misfires, turning harmless headlines into full-blown panic. When we hear about a plane crashing or read about stranger kidnappings, fear grips us, even though travelling by air remains safer than crossing the street. That's the power of negativity bias. Our minds cling to dramatic stories and filter out calmer ones. Psychologically, it's called the availability heuristic. Vivid images stick in memory and shape our view of risk. Our amygdala, the brain's fear centre, lights up, drowning out the more measured analysis in our prefrontal cortex. The myth is that every alarming report reflects reality. But statistics tell a different story. Violent crime has been falling for decades, and medical breakthroughs save more lives every year. So what can you do? Start by noticing when fear takes the wheel. Pause before you share that shocking article. Seek the data behind the headline. Let curiosity temper the alarm. Threat detection kept us safe when lions lurked in the grass. Now, it can guide us to ask better questions, not just spread fear. When you lean into understanding over panic, the world doesn't look less dangerous. It looks more true. Imagine walking into a store with row after row of products labelled all about you. Every shelf whispers empowerment. But here's the catch. Your options might be scripted long before you arrive. This is the illusion of choice at work. We like to believe that every decision, from what we buy for dinner to where we scroll online, springs from our own free will. Psychologists call this choice architecture, designs crafted to steer you towards certain outcomes while making you feel independent. In reality, subtle cues like placement, colour, and social proof nudge you down familiar paths. For example, consider when you pick between two similar cereal boxes. One sits at eye level with a green label promising health, while the other hides on a lower shelf, trapped in shadow. You'll likely grab the healthier looking box and believe you chose wisely. But that was no accident. Retailers and algorithms know how to frame options so you feel in control. This isn't to say we're powerless. Recognizing the ruse is the first step toward true agency. When you pause to ask why a particular choice stands out, you reclaim your voice. Awareness turns that scripted menu into a genuine buffet. In the end, freedom isn't just about having many options, it's about understanding who set the table. The illusion of choice may persist, but so can your capacity to see beyond it and chart your own course. Every time Mia finishes her homework, she earns a golden star on her chart. That star isn't just decoration, it has a job. It's a reward. And rewards do more than celebrate. They shape what we do next. Psychologists call this positive reinforcement. When an action is followed by something pleasant, the action grows stronger over time. In Skinner's famous experiments, rats pressed levers more often when each press delivered a food pellet. That simple pattern of action and reward translates everywhere, from training pets to mastering piano scales. Imagine rewarding yourself with a brief walk after a solid hour of writing. That walk becomes more than a break. It becomes a pull that keeps you returning to the page. Apps design levels and badges, so we chase those digital trophies and stick with healthy habits. Managers hand out public praise because they know recognition lights up motivation circuits in the brain, making people more inclined to repeat their best work. Psychologically, rewards tap into our dopamine pathways. When something rewarding follows an effort, our brain learns to anticipate that pleasure and drives us back to the behaviour. This applies equally to children collecting stickers, employees earning bonuses, or anyone training their mind to focus. But rewards work best when they feel meaningful rather than arbitrary. So next time you reach for a treat or a token of praise, remember it's not a bribe, it's a bridge to lasting habits. By weaving rewards thoughtfully into our routines, we reinforce behaviours that help us grow, adapt and thrive. Late at night, the hush of a home amplifies every footstep. Imagine a teenager tiptoeing toward the door, heart pounding at the thought of a lecture to come. This scene might echo a belief you've absorbed. Punishment strengthens resolve. But in reality, it shapes will with fear, not conviction. When you box someone into compliance with threats or penalties, you may see immediate obedience. Yet psychologically, this triggers reactance, a craving for freedom that often festers into secret rebellion. Most of us have led a team at work that missed a deadline. Perhaps you warned everyone of pay cuts if it happens again. That threat drives them to finish the next task on time, but only by crushing their creativity and joy. Under pressure, they meet targets, but their genuine commitment evaporates behind spreadsheets. Self-determination theory explains that external control often replaces internal motivation. When people feel coerced, they lose the sense of autonomy that fuels passion and perseverance. Instead of building resilience, punishment builds walls of resentment. True will grows when you invite choice and acknowledge effort. Offering guidance, framing mistakes as steps in learning, and aligning with someone's values fosters engagement that thrives long after any penalty. It's not that consequences lack power, it's that power used wisely shifts from fear to self-belief. Transformation isn't enforced, it's inspired by autonomy and understanding. Behind every heated debate and split-second decision lies a force more powerful than logic: our emotions. We like to believe we weigh pros and cons, but feeling often steals the show. From ancient survival instincts to modern headlines, emotion overrides reason. Researchers call this the affect heuristic. When something feels urgent or frightening, we jump first and ask questions later. It explains why a sensational story spreads faster than a carefully researched report. It drives us to cling to beliefs that soothe us, even when evidence says otherwise. Picture a friend scrolling through social media, blood boiling at a dramatic claim. Before they pause, they hit share. It feels right in the moment. Later doubts creep in, but the damage is done. This isn't a flaw in them. It's a trait wired into our brains. The emotional brain, centered in the amygdala, responds faster than the rational cortex can catch up. Psychologically, this emotional shortcut conserves mental energy but leads our judgments off course. That split-second reaction shapes how we filter facts and questions. Recognizing emotions' power doesn't mean shutting feelings out. Instead, it means pausing to ask, what am I feeling and why? It's not about becoming emotionless. It's about giving reason a seat at the table. When we learn to spot the pull of our own feelings, we start to see past the myths emotion weaves. We slow down. We question the stories that catch our heart before our mind. And that is where true clarity begins. Imagine encountering a sweeping claim that society is on the brink of collapse, only to realize that a simple question can reshape everything. Too often we accept statements as truths because they arrive wrapped in confidence. Questions steer thought. That idea comes from the ancient practice of Socratic inquiry, but it's rooted in modern psychology too. When you shift from passively receiving a myth to actively interrogating it, your brain engages deeper processing and spots gaps that casual skimming would miss. For example, say a friend warns you that a secret cabal controls global markets and nothing can stop them. Instead of brushing it aside or arguing, you might ask, what evidence supports that claim? And then, how do experts explain market shifts? Each question guides the conversation toward facts and away from fear. Psychologically, self-generated questions activate the elaboration likelihood model of persuasion, making you more resistant to misleading narratives. It's not about doubting everything, it's about shaping your own understanding. Over time, this habit rewires your approach to information. You learn to uncover assumptions, detect biases, and recognize when a myth hides a more complex reality. The next time you meet a bold declaration, remember that questions steer thought. By asking why, how, and what if, you navigate toward truth instead of being carried away by myth. Let inquiry be your compass, guiding you beyond surface claims into a clearer view of the world. Imagine gathering around a campfire, voices weaving tales that shape how you see the world. Most of us treat stories like entertainment, separate from facts, but they're actually the invisible maps that guide belief. Even before we realized facts, narratives lit the path. Psychologically, our brains crave coherence, and a story offers a ready-made lens for interpreting events. That's why a simple fable can feel more true than a mountain of data. It's not about facts alone, it's about meaning. Think of a familiar story, maybe one heard in childhood, that still influences your instincts today. You remember the hero's triumph, the lesson learned, the promise that kindness matters. That narrative becomes a mental shortcut, steering judgments without conscious effort. In politics, advertising, and social media, storytellers tap into these shortcuts. Instead of presenting cold numbers, they wrap their message in a human tale, and suddenly beliefs lock into place. Psychologically, this taps into narrative bias, our tendency to favour information that fits a coherent story. When details diverge, they're dismissed as outliers. But when we pause to question the story's frame, we free ourselves. Recognizing that stories guide belief lets us become active listeners instead of passive believers. So next time a compelling tale captures your attention, notice its shape. Ask yourself what it leaves out as much as what it includes. By understanding how narratives guide belief, you reclaim the power to choose the stories worthy of shaping your view of the world. A single word can build an invisible fence around someone's mind. Labels feel like helpful shortcuts, but they often shut down possibilities. When we tag a friend as the quiet one, or a colleague as that tech guy, we think we're describing reality, but we're quietly deciding what they can or cannot be. Psychologically, our brains crave categories. They help us process endless information in an instant. But this need for cognitive ease comes at a cost. Labels prime our expectations, leading us to notice evidence that fits and ignore everything else. Imagine a student who is labelled shy. Overnight, teachers stop calling on her, peers stop inviting her, and she stops raising her hand. That label becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Or think of someone branded always late. Even if they've learned to arrive early, every day someone will point to one tardy moment and say, "Well, you never change." These stories aren't just anecdotes. They reveal how confirmation bias and stereotype threat take hold. It's not about never naming things. It's about remembering people evolve. Instead of boxing a person, hold your categories loosely. Notice behaviour without cementing it into identity. When we ditch rigid labels, we open space for growth, surprise, and genuine connection. In a world hungry for certainty, let curiosity guide you. Because when we refuse to be boxed in, we free not only others, but ourselves. From the moment we open our phones in the morning, stories flood in demanding belief. Yet beneath the headlines and hashtags, myths quietly steer our thoughts. That's the point, learning to look past the surface and find what's real. Imagine a friend sends an article claiming a single superfood cures all disease. It feels hopeful, so you don't question it. But when you pause, you see the fine print. No evidence, no experts, just bold promises. That happens because the brain loves familiar tales. Psychology calls it the illusory truth effect. The more we hear something, the more it seems true. Advertisers and clickbait masters know this. They craft catchy phrases and simple claims that slip past our guard. It simplifies, it persuades, it conceals, but lie detectors aren't gadgets, they're habits. When a bold claim meets your eyes, pause and ask, who gains from this story? Where are the real numbers? By digging a little deeper, you replace assumptions with facts. And that shift does more than clear confusion. It restores trust in what matters. Seeing through lies takes curiosity and courage. It turns the noise of misinformation into a path toward clarity. If you keep asking questions instead of settling for the first answer, truth will stand in full view. Truth thrives when we choose curiosity over convenience. It feels like you're trapped in a story that wasn't written by you. From childhood on, many of us inherit ideas that shape our reality without us noticing. We learn to believe that hardship is inevitable, that power lies elsewhere, or that truth is fixed. That assumption stops us from seeing new possibilities, but these invisible barriers aren't facts. They're myths disguised as common sense. Psychologically, when we accept a belief without question, it becomes a mental chain. Confirmation bias kicks in, reinforcing what we already think. We stop looking for evidence that challenges our view and settle for a smaller world. Imagine two neighbours worrying about crime in their street. One believes danger is everywhere and never leaves home. The other questions the headlines, talks to neighbours, and discovers a tight-knit community. By breaking the myth that fear equals reality, they open themselves to connection and hope. Breaking free of these chains starts with a simple practice. Pause when a sweeping statement arises. Ask yourself where that idea came from and whose interest it serves. Then look for stories that contradict the myth. Every time you spot a hidden belief, you chip away at its power. When we free our minds from inherited myths, we uncover a world richer and more surprising than we imagined. Breaking chains isn't just liberation. It's the first step toward an honest life filled with curiosity and courage. In a world woven from stories, we often mistake the loudest tales for the whole truth. From the boardroom to social feeds, narratives shape how we see ourselves and our surroundings. It's normal to lean on familiar stories. They give us comfort and direction. But when we stop questioning those stories, we surrender our own perspective. Consider the latest buzz sweeping your feed. A simplified claim that more work always leads to more success. You might nod in agreement before you even notice the voices left out of that story. Psychologically, this is called narrative fallacy. Our brains crave a neat explanation and then filter out any inconvenient facts. Confirmation bias joins in, letting us hear only what we want to believe. Next time you hear a sweeping statement about money, love, or history, pause. Ask yourself where this narrative comes from and who benefits when it goes unchallenged. Maybe it's a marketing message wrapped in a story of personal freedom, or a political slogan dressed up as common sense. By questioning each premise, you discover hidden assumptions and open space for fresh ideas. Cultivating that habit shifts us from passive consumers of stories to active seekers of truth. It takes courage to doubt what feels familiar, but it also brings clarity and creativity. Real understanding emerges not by accepting every narrative, but by gently testing its edges. When we question all narratives, we invite a richer, more honest view of the world. It's tempting to wrap our minds in comforting illusions that lull us into a false sense of security. When we encounter information that rattles our beliefs, an unsettling report about the world, a critical comment from someone we trust, we instinctively push it aside. Yet this kind of denial only deepens the gap between what is and what we pretend. Embracing harsh truths means inviting clarity, even when it stings. Picture this. You hear about an environmental crisis that feels distant until you realize it's happening in your own backyard. At first, it's easier to scroll past, to assume someone else will solve it. But naming the reality, acknowledging our part in consumption and waste, shifts the conversation. Psychologically, this relates to cognitive dissonance. When we confront the tension between our actions and values, we free mental energy to adapt rather than numb ourselves with avoidance. This shift isn't about guilt. It's about ownership. When we face a painful statistic or a failing system, we give ourselves permission to act. Scientists and psychologists call this radical acceptance, opening our awareness to things as they are without resistance. It builds resilience. Each time you choose honesty over comfort, you strengthen your ability to learn and to lead. Embracing harsh truths transforms stumbling blocks into stepping stones. It invites curiosity, fuels creativity, and deepens connection with others who share the journey. In the end, truth becomes not a burden, but a compass guiding us toward a more authentic, purposeful life. Picture a string of news headlines flashing across your screen. A financial scandal here, a geopolitical clash there, an economic collapse looming. Each one feels disconnected, as if they're isolated events. Yet beneath that surface, there's a hidden pattern, quietly linking them all. That's the essence of revealing hidden patterns, tuning your mind to see connections that myths would keep you from noticing. Most of us take stories at face value, guided by comforting narratives that simplify complexity. Psychologically, this taps into our brain's preference for cognitive ease. Once a myth settles in, we filter out anything that contradicts it. But by consciously looking for thematic threads, recurring motives, repeating symbols, shared outcomes, you start to see the world as an intricate tapestry rather than scattered snapshots. Imagine reading about rising debt levels in one country, housing crises in another, and wage stagnation across entire regions. On their own, they read like separate problems. But if you trace the underlying economic policies, you uncover a global pattern of unequal growth and systemic risk. That insight changes everything. What once seemed random now feels inevitable, and you're armed to question the prevailing myths more deeply. Revealing hidden patterns isn't rocket science. It's a simple shift in perspective. It means asking not just what happened, but how seemingly unrelated events weave together. It requires curiosity, critical thinking, and the courage to challenge easy explanations. And when you connect the dots, myths start to unravel, and a clearer, more honest picture of the world emerges. Truth thrives in the patterns you dare to uncover. Imagine stepping into a house of mirrors, and every reflection confirms what you already believe. That's the way many of us live our days, convinced by mental shortcuts that reinforce our worldview rather than challenge it. These shortcuts are illusions, self-perpetuating myths that blind us to reality. Instead of seeing things as they are, we see them as we want them to. The key to shattering illusions permanently lies in curiosity and critical inquiry. Picture someone scrolling through a feed, every click reinforcing the same narrow perspective. One day, they pause and deliberately follow a voice that disagrees. Initially, it feels uncomfortable, but that discomfort is the crack that breaks the illusion. Psychologically, this comes from overcoming confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out information that supports existing beliefs and ignore the rest. By practicing active doubt, we open the door to new insights and genuine understanding. In everyday life, this might mean testing a long-held assumption with fresh data or gently playing devil's advocate in a conversation. It could be as simple as seeking out a perspective you disagree with, or questioning why a familiar idea feels so true. When we label these patterns, confirmation bias, halo effect, false consensus, and shine a light on them, their power begins to fade. Shattering illusions isn't a one-time act. It's a habit of mind. It demands courage to face uncertainty and humility to admit what we don't know. But with each myth we dismantle, the world grows sharper and more expansive. Eventually, truth becomes our constant companion, no mirror needed. Many of us wander through life believing the world's biggest myths shape our destiny. We hear that success depends on being born lucky, that challenges break us rather than build us, and that change belongs to others, not to you. But these stories aren't facts. They're fences we build around our own potential. In reality, true power lives inside you, waiting to be recognized and set free. Awakening your inner power starts by questioning the tales you've accepted. Instead of seeing limitations as fixed truths, view them as invitations to grow. Psychologically, this shift taps into what researchers call self-efficacy, the belief that you can influence outcomes through effort and strategy. When you choose to challenge a myth, you send a signal to your brain that it's allowed to learn, adapt, and innovate. Imagine you're facing a daunting project at work, and you've been told throughout your career that you're just not creative. Rather than resigning yourself to that label, pause and ask, what if creativity is a skill, not a gift? Maybe it means trying one new approach each day, a different way to sketch ideas or frame a problem. That simple change invites fresh connections in your mind, proving to yourself that you can think in new ways. This practice isn't about blind optimism. It's rooted in neuroscience. When you position yourself as a learner, your brain strengthens new pathways, making growth more natural. Over time, myths lose their hold and confidence replaces doubt. You begin to see setbacks not as proof of failure, but as signals for where to innovate next. Awakening inner power isn't a dramatic moment. It's a series of small challenges to the stories you've been told, each one peeling back an old myth and revealing the strength you've always carried. The real world has more truth than fiction. And once you start living by what's real, you discover just how powerful you truly are. Behind the headlines and polished messages, something subtle is at work, steering ideas and choices in ways you might never notice. That hidden influence is what we call a control mechanism, and it's woven into the stories we consume, the products we buy, and even the conversations we share. Popular narratives claim to inform us, but they often guide us toward conclusions that serve powerful interests. For example, you might think a viral headline is simply breaking news, when in reality its phrasing exploits your emotional reactions to keep you scrolling. Psychologically, this relies on the framing effect, dictating what feels urgent or important before you even read the details. Later that afternoon, you click on a friendly quiz promising fortune and fun. As you answer harmless questions, personal data is harvested and shaped into targeted ads you never asked for. This tactic uses the reciprocity principle, making you feel connected before gradually nudging your behavior without triggering resistance. When control operates through convenience, we confuse ease with choice. Algorithms curate our feeds to reward familiar views, reinforcing our beliefs instead of challenging them. That confirmation bias can trap you in a loop of repeating ideas masked as personal discovery. Recognizing these mechanisms is the first step toward true autonomy. By questioning why information feels compelling, you reclaim the power to think for yourself. Exposing control mechanisms isn't about mistrust. It's about clarity, curiosity, and freedom to chart your own course. Your mind fills in blank spaces like an eager editor, crafting neat narratives from messy scraps of information. That editing process feels automatic, but it can also hide dangerous myths in plain sight. Master your perception isn't about seeing more, it's about seeing differently. Imagine scrolling through a headline that seems to confirm everything you already believe. The more vivid the claim, the less you question its source. Psychologically, this is confirmation bias at work. Your brain favours stories that fit existing beliefs and filters out the rest. It's not just laziness, it's a mental shortcut designed to keep us safe, yet it can leave us blind to alternative perspectives. In another moment, consider how the same data framed in two ways can spark opposite reactions. Label a neighbourhood revitalised, and people feel hopeful. Call it gentrified, and they feel suspicious. That's the framing effect, shaping your emotional response before you even process the facts. Mastering perception means spotting these mental flips. It requires pausing long enough to ask, what if there's more than meets the eye? It's looking beyond the obvious and questioning the lens we apply to every headline, photo and statistic. When you treat perception as a choice rather than a given, you reclaim control over your own narrative. Curiosity replaces certainty. In that space between seeing and believing, myths dissolve and truth begins to emerge. It's unsettling when facts become weapons, and every statistic seems designed to pull your strings. This happens when someone packages uncertainty into a tidy narrative and hands it to you as gospel. Defy manipulative forces by learning to spot the patterns behind distortion and reclaiming your right to think for yourself. Imagine scrolling through news feeds and seeing a headline that claims a hidden threat to your community. Your first impulse might be to panic or share, but one simple pause can change everything. Ask yourself, who benefits if you accept this claim without question? That pause interrupts the manipulation and opens space for perspective. Psychologically, manipulation often exploits confirmation bias and priming. We tend to embrace information that fits our fears or desires and ignore what doesn't. Breaking that habit demands cognitive distance, checking sources, seeking diverse viewpoints, and examining the language used to frame the story. Advertisers tap into our emotions to nudge us toward choices we didn't know we wanted. Social media algorithms amplify outrage to keep us scrolling. Each time you notice the framing, you reclaim control and weaken the manipulator's hold. Defying manipulative forces isn't cynicism, it's self-respect. It deepens trust in your own judgment and invites others to question the stories they inherit. By standing guard over your own mind, you protect the truth and foster honest conversation. Ultimately, defying manipulation is a daily practice that keeps reality clear and our shared understanding strong. It's tempting to think that reality is fixed, a script written long before you arrived. But what if the world you experience is less a given and more something you create? In psychology, this role of perspective is called the framing effect. The lens you choose shapes what you notice and how you respond. When we see a news headline about chaos, we focus on fear and overlook stories of resilience. That selective focus becomes the reality we live in. Imagine scrolling through social media and feeling powerless as myth after myth piles up. Society is doomed, nobody cares, you have no influence. Those statements stick because of what cognitive scientists call confirmation bias. We seek out evidence that confirms what we already believe. Yet a small shift, pausing to question the first thought, can open up a different world. You might spot acts of kindness in the same feed or discover ways to contribute. This isn't about denying problems, it's about choosing what part of the picture you build on. It's not magic. It's a strategy rooted in how our brains handle information. By actively selecting which beliefs you reinforce, you become a co-author of your own reality. Start by asking, what stories am I telling myself? Which ones serve me? And which ones hold me back? Then, replace the myths with evidence, purpose, and possibility. Every time you question an assumption, you chip away at falsehoods and forge a clearer, more empowering world. Reality isn't just out there. It's something you shape, moment by moment. Streams of headlines and viral images swirl around us each day, blurring the line between fact and fiction. Propaganda isn't just a relic of history, documentaries, or political speeches. It's woven into the algorithms that shape what you see. Rooted in psychological tricks like repetition and emotional appeal, myths slip past our defenses before we even notice. Psychologically, this taps into the illusory truth effect. When we encounter the same claim over and over, it starts to feel familiar, and familiarity feels like truth. Imagine scrolling past a dramatic statistic shared by countless accounts. It feels urgent, even dangerous. Instead of clicking immediately, pause. Check whether that figure appears on reputable sites. Look for primary sources like research studies or official data. Ask yourself who benefits if you accept this claim without question. That simple pause introduces doubt, counteracting the confirmation bias that nudges you to click what aligns with your beliefs. It isn't enough to spot a single misleading meme. Standing against propaganda means building habits, diversifying your news intake, cross-checking with international outlets, and sharing corrections when you find them. Collaboration matters. When friends see you questioning dubious claims, they're more likely to follow suit. Reciprocity kicks in when you model healthy skepticism. Over time, this practice rewires your mind. Doubt becomes a tool rather than a weakness. You become a guardian of truth in your own circle. In a world awash with hidden agendas, standing against propaganda starts with one mindful choice: to question, to verify, and to share clarity over confusion. Invisible voices whisper in our minds, shaping how we judge ourselves and the world. One of the most powerful illusions we carry is a false narrative, a story we accept without question that feels comforting but blinds us to truth. We treat these narratives like facts, yet they are built on assumptions, not evidence. Psychologically, this happens because our brains crave stories to reduce complexity. We latch onto simple explanations even when they distort reality. A phenomenon known as the narrative fallacy. Imagine a friend who says, "I'm just not a creative person," and never dares to pick up a brush or write a sentence. That story can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. We avoid the very practice that could prove us wrong. Or consider how people shrug off environmental warnings by telling themselves it's too late to make a difference, giving up before they begin. Each time we accept a false narrative, we limit our potential and perpetuate problems. Rejecting these myths starts with curiosity, noticing a recurring belief and asking, is this really true? That moment of doubt opens space for new evidence. Research shows that when we challenge assumptions and seek diverse perspectives, our thinking becomes more flexible and accurate. Over time, we replace rigid stories with richer, more nuanced understandings. Letting go of an old narrative isn't losing something, it's gaining clarity. It's not about dismissing every story you've held, but about questioning the ones that hold you back. When we choose to reject false narratives, we free ourselves to see the world more clearly and act with greater purpose. That shift doesn't just change a story, it changes the course of our lives. Scrolling past a headline that rattles your worldview feels safe. But myths aren't innocent misunderstandings. They're obstacles that keep us stuck in illusions. When we avoid facts that challenge our beliefs, we trade clarity for comfort. It makes sense. No one enjoys feeling wrong or shaky, yet burying the truth doesn't protect us. It erodes our decision-making and our sense of self. At the heart of this is cognitive dissonance. Our brains itch to line up beliefs and reality. When they clash, we tug at facts until they reshape to fit our narrative. Imagine you've always believed success follows a straight path. Study hard, get the grades, land the job. Then you read stories of officials who flunked out of college, entrepreneurs who stumbled through failure and found breakthrough. Instead of feeling inspired, you might dismiss them as rare exceptions. That reaction isn't just skepticism. It's your mind shielding you from an uncomfortable truth. Progress is messy and unpredictable. Psychologically, that shield is motivated reasoning. You hear what you want until you can't. But what if we leaned into those unsettling stories? What if we let hard truths broaden our perspective instead of defending familiar myths? Confronting facts that sting can be an act of courage and compassion. It sharpens our judgment, fuels curiosity, and kindles resilience. When we embrace what feels uncomfortable, we clear space for genuine insight. Embracing uncomfortable facts isn't about pessimism. It's about clarity. It's choosing growth over comfort, curiosity over certainty. And once we make that choice, everything looks different and somehow more alive. Ever since childhood, we've been taught to trust what we see. But in a world overflowing with catchy headlines and quick takes, seeing isn't believing. That's where the principle of demanding undeniable proof comes in. It's not skepticism for its own sake. It's a lifeline to truth in a sea of noise. Psychologically, humans are wired for pattern detection and quick judgments. We latch onto stories that feel familiar or confirm what we want to believe. That's confirmation bias at work. Our brains also fall prey to the illusory truth effect, treating repeated claims as true simply because we hear them often. But when we insist on solid evidence, we step out of our mental shortcuts and into clarity. Imagine scrolling through social media and spotting a shocking statistic about your health. The impulse is to share it immediately, to nod in agreement and move on. Instead, try tracing it back to its source. Who conducted the study? Was it peer-reviewed? That small shift from passive acceptance to active inquiry can prevent misinformation from spreading. Research shows that taking just a few extra moments to evaluate claims reduces cognitive errors and boosts confidence in the conclusions you draw. This approach applies in every corner of life. In conversations about controversial topics, demand to see the data. When someone offers a personal anecdote as proof, ask for more context. It isn't about doubting people, it's about honouring truth. Because in the end, what we believe shapes our actions, our relationships, and our world. By requiring undeniable proof, you build a foundation that withstands the loudest myths. And from that foundation, you can engage with the world with both curiosity and conviction. That sudden catch in your breath, when you stand at the edge of something new, fear speaks in bursts of doubt, warning you to stop. We often treat those warnings as enemies, something to mute or flee. But silencing fear within isn't about burying the alarm. It's about turning down its volume so you can hear what it's trying to tell you. Fear is a messenger shaped by our instincts, designed to protect us. Psychologically, naming an emotion lowers its grip, giving your prefrontal cortex room to guide your next step. Imagine you're about to share an idea in a meeting. Your heart pounds and your mind rehearses every worst-case scenario. Instead of forcing yourself to ignore that knot of worry, try acknowledging it. I'm feeling nervous right now. In research, emotion labeling reduces stress responses and boosts clarity. By admitting the fear, you reclaim your focus. You're not erasing it. You're redirecting its energy toward preparation, not paralysis. This approach applies whether you're facing a presentation, a difficult conversation, or a blank page. When you quiet the relentless chatter inside, you create space for purpose and creativity. Fear doesn't vanish, but it loses its power to derail you. With practice, that inner whisper shifts from a blockade into a compass, pointing you toward what truly matters. Silence fear within is not about being fearless. It's about listening closely, acknowledging honestly, and moving forward with intention. Imagine waking up wearing someone else's design. From the moment you learn to speak, you're handed invisible blueprints, what success looks like, how to behave, even what to desire. These road maps of belief come from family, school, and media, and most people mistake them for their true selves. Social conditioning can feel like destiny, but it's really a filter shaping how you evaluate options and judge opportunities. Psychologically, this is tied to normative social influence and confirmation bias. We conform to fit in and then seek evidence that supports the familiar. Decades of social psychology, from Ash's conformity experiments to studies on groupthink, demonstrate our urge to follow the crowd. Picture this. You always loved writing, but voices around you insisted on a stable career, so you shelved your journal and followed a safer path. That tension you feel isn't failure. It's your authentic self whispering through the imposed narrative. Breaking free begins with noticing the scripts running on autopilot. Pause when a familiar rule surfaces. Name the belief. I must follow this route. Research shows that labeling a thought reduces its unconscious pull and creates space for choice. Then choose intentional dissent in small ways. Speak up against a cliché. Embrace a hobby that contradicts an expectation. Each act of self-determined choice rewrites your internal map. This doesn't mean rejecting all traditions. Many norms provide guidance. The key is discerning which beliefs align with your values and which confine you. By transforming conditioning into conscious creation, you claim an authentic life that truly reflects who you are. When someone delivers a perfectly polished pitch or a stirring speech, we assume their words reflect pure intentions. But beneath the surface, there may be hidden agendas, unspoken motives that steer decisions behind our backs. Unmasking hidden agendas is about seeing the story behind the story. Psychologically, our brains crave coherence and often fill in gaps without questioning why. This makes us vulnerable to influence and hidden motives. Imagine a colleague who praises your project timeline, but subtly shifts deadlines to align with their own workload. You walk away feeling validated, unaware that their real aim was to ease pressure on themselves. That scenario taps into motivated reasoning. We accept flattering narratives and overlook the incentive behind them. Instead of taking every compliment at face value, pause to ask what incentives might be driving the message. To uncover hidden agendas, pay attention to what's unsaid. Notice hesitation, selective details, or repeated reframes. Ask open questions. I appreciate your input. What outcome are you hoping for? This simple move shifts the dynamic from passive acceptance to genuine inquiry. It signals that you value transparency and encourages others to speak candidly. Unmasking hidden agendas isn't about cynicism or distrust. It's about clarity and mutual respect. By gently uncovering motives, you foster authentic communication, protect your own decisions, and build environments where honesty thrives. In a world of polished narratives, seeing the motives beneath the mask is how we find the truth. Picture your mind as a sponge, soaking up every flash of news, but also as a sieve, letting only the richest insights through. Cultivating a critical mindset transforms you from a passive consumer of ideas into an active explorer of truth. It isn't about doubting every claim or cultivating cynicism. It's about asking gentle questions that lead you closer to reality. Most of us scroll through a sensational headline and stop there. Yet, when you pause to trace a source, to wonder how the conclusion was reached, you're tapping into a vital skill called intellectual humility. Psychologically, this openness reduces the chance of falling prey to confirmation bias, that tendency to favour information fitting what we already believe. Imagine a friend shares an article about a miracle wellness trend. Instead of nodding along, you take a breath, glance at the author's credentials, and look for evidence beyond anecdotes. That simple pause shifts you from being swept along to guiding the journey. It trains your brain to hunt for context, ask for logic, and spot holes in shaky arguments. Over time, questioning becomes second nature. You notice when statistics are stretched or when emotional language masks weak evidence. This practice builds confidence as well as clarity. It makes conversations richer and choices smarter. Growing a critical mindset doesn't happen overnight, but with each thoughtful question, you plant a seed of wisdom. And in a world full of noise, a sharpened mind is the brightest compass you can own. Every day, invisible strings tug at your beliefs with sly whispers that feel true. Across headlines, ads, and conversations, deceptive tactics slip truth through cracks disguised as clarity. But instead of falling prey, you can learn to see behind the curtain. It starts by noticing how stories lean on emotional hooks and quick judgments. Imagine scrolling through a post, claiming a startling statistic about the world. You feel the shock, you share it, then notice later the actual report tells a very different story. That gap exists because of confirmation bias and framing tricks that nudge you toward a conclusion before you examine the evidence. Psychologically, our brains crave simple narratives and steady patterns, so clever messages exploit that need for coherence. To defeat deceptive tactics, you need a small shift. Pause before you react. Ask where that number came from, who stands to gain if you believe it, and whether other voices tell a different tale. Seek sources beyond your usual circles and hold up claims to the light, like you would a diamond, turning it to catch every angle. Over time, this habit trains your mind to spot the sleight of hand behind persuasive spin. It is not about distrusting everyone. It is about growing a more curious, resilient mindset. When you learn to question smoothly and consistently, each piece of information becomes an opportunity to learn, not a trap to spring. In that clarity, you find not fear, but freedom to understand what is real beyond the myths that hide in plain sight. A whisper of doubt can feel like a thunderclap when we're not tuned into the quiet signals inside us. Our culture tells us to look outward for answers, follow trends, chase validation, decode headlines. But beneath the chatter lies a more reliable source of truth: your own inner awareness. By learning to notice what's happening inside, those fleeting thoughts, bodily sensations, and subtle urges, you begin to pierce the veil of myths that pull you away from reality. Picture a moment when someone's criticism stirs discomfort in your chest. Instead of reacting, you pause, tune into that tension, and recognize it as a sign of your own vulnerability, not a verdict on your worth. That simple act of noticing rewrites the story. Psychologically, this practice ties into metacognition, thinking about thinking, which research shows enhances clarity and emotional regulation. When you track your internal landscape, you step out of autopilot. You notice the beliefs that slipped in from social media or old fears, and you question them. This isn't meditation as an escape. It's a tool for discerning fact from fiction, for uncovering the narratives you've internalized. Athletes use body scans to refine performance. Leaders tap into gut feelings to guide decisions, and artists listen to inner nudges to spark creativity. Harnessing inner awareness isn't a luxury reserved for retreats. It's an everyday strategy that illuminates the truth hidden beneath the noise. As you turn inward, you'll find clarity is not a distant goal. It's been whispering within you all along. Chains don't always clink. Often they're woven from the quiet stories we tell ourselves. We believe the world is fixed, that our place is set, and that change belongs to other people. That's the myths talking, the whispers shaped by fear and habit. Unleashing true freedom means noticing those whispers and naming them for what they are: illusions limiting your choices. For ages we've carried the myth that success demands the sacrifice of joy. You tell yourself you'll be happy only when everything falls into place. But when that moment finally comes, it rarely feels like the promised paradise. Psychologically, this ties into delay discounting, the way we devalue present experience for a future ideal that never quite arrives. Imagine someone who waits for tomorrow to start living, only to find tomorrow replaced by another tomorrow. Instead, consider freedom as a practice you bring into each moment. Start by asking yourself what story you're believing right now. Name that belief out loud. You might say, "I'm not good enough to share my ideas," and suddenly the myth loses its power. Recognizing cognitive biases like confirmation bias helps you spot the script running in the background. That awareness creates space for new choices. True freedom isn't about removing every obstacle. It's about shifting the angle you see them from. It's not a destination, but a daily reframe. When you let go of the myths, you open the door to possibilities you once thought impossible. This is where real liberation begins. Most of us walk through life guided by invisible stories, assumptions that feel unshakable yet often lead us astray. One universal lie whispers that more means better. We chase higher titles, fancier cars, bigger followings, convinced quantity equals quality. But that endless pursuit can leave our true priorities lost in the noise. In reality, depth outperforms breadth. When we focus on fewer friendships, deeper conversations bloom. When we hone one skill instead of juggling many, mastery emerges. Psychologically, this lie thrives on comparison. The more we see others accumulate, the less we value what we already own. Another widespread myth tells us comfort equals safety. We slip into routines, avoiding risk because change feels threatening, yet growth lives outside familiar patterns. Imagine embracing a new challenge, even if it feels shaky for a moment. That slight discomfort often sparks our greatest breakthroughs. A final lie insists that failure marks the end of the road. When a project stumbles, you might hear a voice declaring you're not cut out for it. But setbacks are feedback, not final verdicts. Research shows framing failure as information rather than as judgment helps us adapt and persist. Confronting these universal lies starts with noticing them. When you hear the voice demanding more, warning you to play it safe, or condemning a mistake as proof you can't succeed, pause. Question it. Ask what you truly want and why. That simple interruption shifts your perspective and weakens the false narratives we inherit. Truth isn't a myth you discover somewhere out there. It's a belief you choose to challenge right here, right now. And in that very challenge, real freedom begins. A soft filter runs across your days, colouring every event with what you wish it to be. We call these illusions, the comfortable stories that mask the messiness of reality. Maybe you believe that working harder guarantees success. Perhaps you think that someone's kindness means they'll never disappoint you. Or you hold on to the idea that happiness is a destination at the end of a checklist. These beliefs can feel harmless. They even ease your mind. But beneath their surface lies a quiet distortion of the truth. Living without illusions means seeing the world as it is, not as you want it to be. In psychology, this is linked to a concept called cognitive bias. Your brain fills gaps with assumptions, making quick judgments that feel right but often miss the nuance. Imagine planning a conversation, convince the other person agrees with you, only to be blindsided by their questions. That's an illusion at work. When you learn to spot those patterns, notice assumptions instead of taking them for granted, you open a doorway to clarity. You pause before reacting. Ask a simple question instead of jumping to conclusions. You accept that not every failure reflects your worth. You realize that relationships thrive on honest feedback, not unspoken expectations. Clearing away illusions isn't about surrendering hope. It's about embracing the full spectrum of experience so you can act from a place of truth. Stripped of comforting myths, you gain genuine insight, deeper connections, and a freedom rooted in reality. Living without illusions isn't bleak. It's the bravest way to meet the world. Imagine waking up to 100 voices shouting what to believe. We live in a world where information races ahead of our ability to process it. Achieving radical clarity means cutting through every rumour, half-truth, and convenient narrative so you see what's real. This isn't about becoming a skeptic for its own sake. It's about sharpening your lens on the world. Most of us rely on familiar patterns. If a claim fits our view, we accept it. That impulse springs from confirmation bias and the availability heuristic, mental shortcuts that make uncertainty feel unsafe. Psychologically, our brains crave coherence more than truth. One afternoon, you see a headline claiming some hidden agenda. You're tempted to share immediately. Instead, pause. Name the urge. I'm reacting to this headline. Then ask, what's the source? What's the opposing view? That simple act reframes the impulse into intentional inquiry. Over time, these little pauses become habits. You start hunting for context before forwarding a story. You invite disagreement instead of blocking it. You build a personal practice of radical clarity. In the end, clarity isn't a destination, it's a discipline. every question you ask, every bias you challenge strengthens your vision. It doesn't guarantee easy answers, but it promises that when you speak from truth, and that makes all the difference.